We have now incorporated the bundle relating to Exhibit P, a big leaf to end up the updated list. It will be bound in the court's bundle. This has already been indicated.
Before that, Mr. Baloi, the issue we had yesterday, I am informed that the court management have availed somebody to be on standby for purposes of interpretation. Mr. Jonas I don't know whether he has spoken to all of you, he has spoken to me about yesterday. Just those two issues that he has spoken to me about yesterday, and also that the court management have availed someone who will be on standby.
Yes.
And I think over tea time I will share the other interpreter in, just so that everybody knows.
Indeed, my lord, that's the second preliminary issue I was going to get to.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Any objection to the handing in of this will be exhibit?
Well, it's just the list of exhibit, my lord. We're just introducing the new bundle, Exhibit P. Exhibit P1 has already served before court. The statement of Mr. Thokozisi Twala dated 28 October 2014. Exhibit P2 has already also served before court. The statement of Thokozisi Twala dated 7 April 2015. Exhibit P3 is the statement of Mr. Thokozisi Twala dated 14 July 2015. It has already been referred to. Exhibit P4 has already served before court as well. It is a statement of Mr. Thokozisi Twala dated 14 December 2017. And Exhibit P5 is the statement of Mr. Thokozisi Twala dated 27 January 2017, has already been referred to as well. Exhibit P6 was briefly referred to, will be introduced as and when the relevant witness testifies. It will be Exhibit P6, that is the DNA reference sample in respect of Mr. Thokozisi Twala. Then Exhibit P7 will also be introduced if and when the relevant witness testifies, is the copy of the identification parade form in respect of the identification parade held on the 29th of October 2014 at JP Police Station, as well as photos thereof. And then lastly, Exhibit P8 is the copy of the identification parade form in respect of the identification parade that was held on the 20th of January 2017 at New Prison in Pietermaritzburg, as well as photos thereof. The two latter exhibits will be handed up if and when the relevant witnesses testify. Then the second issue, my lord, is the one that you've already referred to. The regular interpreter, Mr. Jonas, is present, and he will continue to render the language services in this matter. And my lord, given the arduous task at hand, it was deemed necessary that he should get some assistance, and this is normal, my lord, in such protracted trials. There are 5 accused, 4 counsels, it can be very taxing, my lord. And as the court has already mentioned, Mr. Isaac Ndlebe will henceforth be assisting Mr. Jonas. And they will assist each other and interchange as might become necessary. Thank you.
Ukuthi nazi-ke bafowethu ukuthi kwenzakalani, umshushisi-ke uqale watshela inkantolo ukuthi kunama-documents namaphepha akhona phambi kwale nkantolo noma-ke uhla lwabo noma-ke lokhu kuthiwa i-list kona-ke ebehamba aphele ku-exhibit O. Manje-ke sekuzofakelwa, nizokhumbula-ke ikhona le bundle lena-ke iphambi kwakhe ufakazi bathi u-exhibit P, nayo-ke isizofakwa-ke manje kulo luyahla kwama-exhibits noma lo bufakazi obukhona-ke bathi yona u-exhibit, ibundle ka-exhibit P. Ushilo eqaleni ukuthi u-P1 nizokhumbula-ke istatimende ebesibekiwe phambi kwakhe ufakazi uMthokozisi Thwala, istatimende sakhe sangomhla wange-28 zika-October 2014. Bese kuthi-ke u-P2 istatimende sakhe futhi uMthokozisi Thwala sange-7 zika-April 2015. Bese u-P3 kube istatimende sakhe futhi umnumzane uMthokozisi Thwala sange-14 zika-September 2015. U-P4 besiba istatimende sakhe futhi esenziwe nge-14 zika-December 2017. U-P5 phinde futhi kube istatimende sakhe umnumzane uMthokozisi Thwala sange-27 zika-January 2017. U-P6 yena-ke akakavezwa-ke noma akakabekwa-ke phambi kwakhe ufakazi noma ethulwe-ke phambi kwenkantolo. Uma ngabe isikhathi sivuma-ke inkantolo izomkhonjiswa-ke noma imethulelwe-ke u-P6. Futhi-ke kanye naye-ke u-P7 yona-ke iform noma ikhophi yeform-ke ye-ID parade akhulumile ngayo yena umnumzane uMthokozisi Thwala yange-29 zika-October 2014 eyenzeka police station yase-Jeppe. Kuze kuthi-ke u-P8 naye-ke akeke ethulwa-ke nayo phambi kwenkantolo ikhophi-ke ye-ID parade form yange-20 zika-January 2017 eyenzeka-ke kwijele lase-Pietermaritzburg, nako-ke ebesefakazile ngako yena-ke umnumzane uMthokozisi Thwala. Ekugcineni-ke okunye akushilo-ke noma kutshela inkantolo ubaba ubaloyi ukuthi-ke nanjengoba sazi sonke-ke ukuthi kwenzekeni-ke izolo babese-ke abaphethe khona lana-ke kwelibhilidi babone ukuthi-ke sizoba babili-ke ukusukela manje ukuya phambili ukhona ubaba u-Isaac Ndlebe nanjengoba ngimethulile kumina okuyena-ke ozolelelana nami. Thank you.
Yes.
As the court pleases, my lord, I do not have an objection if the said exhibits are admitted with the provisions attached to P6 to 8, my lord.
As it please the court, my lord, the same sentiment is expressed in behalf of accused number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord. No objection if the exhibits from exhibit P1 to P5 are handed in, except for exhibits P6 to P8. Thank you.
My lord, I concur with Madam Friends.
Yes. Mr. Twala, you are once again reminded that you are still under oath.
Yes.
As it please the court, my lord. Mr. Twala, in your evidence in chief and further in under cross-examination in behalf of accused number 2, you told the court that, I mean, despite the fact that you had a drink or two from the Hunter's Gold, cans which you had, you still were fine. You were not drunk. That how should I understand it?
Ubufakazi bakho ke ubuyinhloko nakanye nangesikhathi ke ubuzwa imibuzo yena ummeli kaMangalo oqala nowesibili umsolo oqala nowesibili ushilo ukuthi yebo waphuza ke lawo ma-hunters awu2 kodwa ke wabuse right njengendlela oyichaze ngayo angithi.
Yebo, sawubona kuqala ngiyebo.
Good morning first and yes, that is so.
Come again?
No, he said first good morning and then yes, it is so.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Twala. You're right. You're right. Good morning to you. My apologies. I should have actually greeted you. That is Ubu Ntangisho.
Oh, benitubingelelile nawe so.
Okay, no, thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
I was
Twala.
under the
My
impression that you had
apologies.
deleted. I didn't know that you didn't correct.
No, thank you, Mr. Twala.
Okay, kinkinga.
No problem, sir.
Thank you. So when you're saying you're right, it means you are still sober. You could see around what is happening there.
Uma uthi ke ubu right ukusho ukuthi ke ubuse sober ububona lokho bekwenzeka noma kwakwenzeka.
Yebo ngikubona.
Yes.
Ngizokubona ngikubona.
Sorry.
Ngithi ngangikubona, engangikubona ngangikubona. Ngibone yonke into kodwa.
Yes, I was sober and that which I was able to see I could see and that which I couldn't see I didn't see.
Yes. And I'm going to say this in relation to what was happening in the house, in the Makumando's house. Thank you.
Lokho ke ngizokusho ngokumayela nalokho okwenzeka phakathi endlini kwaMakhumalo.
Yebo.
Yes.
What was your observation in relation to number 1, Longway? Would you say, after having been with him in the house, your observation with that he was still sober as he could have been?
Ukubona kwakhe uLongwe noma indlela owambheka ngayo uLongwe ke uzothi ke uma ngabe umbona ke wena ke wayesesoba noma wayesoba.
Angazi ngeke ngizokwazi ukusho lokho ngoba angimbonanga akukho la ngena khona ephuza phambi kwami so ngake ngizikwazi ukobserve ngangamnakile ngeke ngisho ukuthi ngangamnakile.
I don't know. I wasn't able to answer that because there's no way where I saw him drinking and I wasn't taking any note of him, noticing him.
Last wafika late.
And he arrived late.
Thank you. What about Mr. Madlala?
Umadlala.
Naye ngizosho kanje ukuthi phela yena wayiphuza ke phambi kwami so but angikwazi ukukala umuntu ukuthi umuntu usedakwe noma akadakwe mina ngayikala kuphela ukuthi usedakwe noma akadakwe kodwa yena wayiphuza.
He was drinking there but I'm in no position to say that this person was drunk or not. I can only do that with regards to myself. But yes, he was drinking.
But his behavioral pattern, would you say he was as before? You met him earlier on before he could start drinking?
Kodwa ke indlela awayengayo noma indlela awayiphethe ngayo ungathi ke kwakuyindlela eyodwa nangalesi sikhathi nihlangana naye ngaphambilini kokuthi aphuze.
Mhlawumbe ngingakusho mhlawumbe nawe uzo-understanda kahle ukuthi sasihleli lapha kule yandla sibuka ibhola sidlala nengane so it was akukho la mhlawumbe kwakuthiwa umuntu useyadansa usesukumile usenzani so ngeke uzibone ipattern yomuntu behleli phansi all along asikukho la sisukume khona sadansa mhlawumbe or kanjani sasihleli sibuka ibhola sidlala nengane phela ayikho enye into nokukhuluma ke amongst each other kodwa kukho ukuthi mhlawumbe ngaze kungikhombisa ukuthi khona mhlawumbe into embi or into wrong aseyenza.
For you to understand this, let me put it like this. We were seated there, we were watching football on the side, playing with the children. So there was no instance where one or any of us could get up and dance, where we'd have been able to see a particular person's pattern. So we're just seated there. So there's nothing else that we were doing apart from watching TV and playing with the children.
Did I understand? But what I want to understand as well is his behavioral pattern. Would you say he was somebody who was already under the influence of liquor? He was still.
Kodwa ngiyakuzwa lokho kusho kodwa ke ngifuna nje ukubona nje indlela mhlawumbe awayengayo noma indlela awayephethe ngayo ukuthi wawungasho yini ukuthi lo muntu lena usephuze utshwala. No.
What is no?
Is no to the question that we posed.
So would you say he still looked to you as somebody who was still sober?
Kuwena wayesabhekene nanje ngumuntu wayesesoba.
Ngeke ngize ngisho ukuthi sober but hayi ukuthi wayedakiwe.
I wouldn't say
That's where I'm going.
I wouldn't say sober, but not to say that he was drunk. That's where I'm
Because
going.
wayephuza obviously ngiyazi abesober wayephuza but ngine hayi ukuthi wayedakiwe.
He was drinking, so not to say that he was sober, but not that he was, or sorry, he wouldn't have been sober because he was drinking, but not to say that he was drunk.
Thank you. That actually confirms his version, because he said although he also took a beer or two, but he could still see whatever that was happening.
Lokho ke kuhambiselana nento awayikhuluma naye ukuthi yebo waphuza ke ubeer noma babili kodwa ke wayesakubona okwenzekayo.
Now let's go to the other occupants of their house. Zandile. What would you say about Zandile?
Ungathini ngoZandile?
I think nabo ngizosho the same sentiment. Angimazi medakiwe so angeke ngize ngimbone umuntu ukuthi usedakiwe ngoba angimazi medakiwe. Ngangiqala ukuhlala naye ngalesa sikhathi. Yebo naye wayephuza igurani yakhe but angimazi mayidakiwe.
With regards to her, I would say the same sentiments. I don't know her when she is drunk. It was my first day to sit with her on that particular day. Yes, she was drinking her Quran, but I don't know her when she is drunk.
Thank you. Now you seated there. That's according to your version. And Kelly is busy trying to demonstrate some dance on how some churches are dancing, not so.
Nihlezi-ke laphayana nanjengoba ushilo-ke futhi washo-ke ukuthi uKelly likhona leli sonto-ke awayelingisa indlela abadansa ngayo.
Yebo.
Yes.
And this is happening in the sitting room.
Konke lokhu noma lokhu kwenzeka e-sitting room.
Yebo.
Yes.
Except for Kelly, who was standing. What were the occupants of the same sitting room doing? Were they seated down, or it was Kelly and somebody was standing, or the others were seated as he was trying to demonstrate?
Kona lokho-ke angithi uKelly manje umile-ke uzama ukukhombisa-ke noma utshengisa-ke lo mdanso waleli sonto elithize. Abanye laba bahlezi phansi noma ukhona omunye naye omile njengaye uKelly njengoba ezama ukuthi akhombise lo mdanso lo noma abantu babehlezi bona.
Hayi sasihleli uKelly kuphela bayimile.
We were seated. Kelly was the only one that was standing.
Thank you. Now, as you are seated and Kelly is standing in the sitting room, the place where all of you were, according to you, as you are looking at the entrance into the sitting room, then you saw this strange person.
Nihlezi phansi uKelly umile laphayana uma ngaba usubhekeke manje i-entrance le engena khona la e-sitting room ila khona-ke usubona lo muntu.
Hayi ukuthi ngangibheka i-entrance kwangena umuntu ngase ngiyabheka la ingena khona. Hayi ukuthi ngangihleli ngibheke yona.
Not that I was looking at the entrance, let's make that clear. Not that I was looking at the entrance. Someone came in and I then looked. I was seated and then someone came in and I then looked.
Thank you. Someone came in from the entrance that I'm referring to, not so.
Engena kuyona-ke lo mnyango noma le entrance le engikhuluma ngayo.
Uma uthi entrance usho umnyango wasekitchen noma usho la kule ark.
Are you referring to, when you say the entrance, are you referring to the kitchen door or the ark?
The entrance that led into the sitting room.
The entrance lena-ke eholela e-sitting room.
Okay, yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. According to you, you then got a bit shocked.
Kwase kukuthusa-ke lokho.
Hayi ukuthi ngaqale ngathuka. Ngibe ngisho ukuthi ngaqale ngayitshela ukuthi umuntu abamaziyo.
Not that I first got shocked. At first, I was under the impression that it was someone known to them.
And then la sengibona khona ukuthi hayi bona umuntu uphethe isibhamu. ilanga ngisengibuka khona ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngabe ukusenzo ngoba ngifuna ukubona ukuthi kwenzakalani yabo ngase ngabona type ngathi lapho khona into engenzakalayo.
Okay, and then it is only when I noticed, observed that the person had a firearm, that is when then I had a look. I then also had a look at Senzo, and that's when I saw or noticed that what is really happening.
Thank you. This person gets into the sitting room. You think is a person that you know. At that moment, you still fine, you're not shocked, not so.
Lo muntu uyangena ucabanga ukuthi umuntu abamaziyo ngaleso sikhathi bengekafika ukuthuka kwena ke ubuse right nje.
Bengingakathuki kodwa phela egcineni ngagcina sengithuka kodwa ngesikhathi kwenzeka ngakathuka.
I wasn't shocked at the time, but at the end I ended up being shocked. But at that time I wasn't shocked as yet.
Thank you. Let's now concentrate on the moment at which you are not yet shocked. You look at this person. What was he wearing?
Asike siqaleke manje kulesikhathi lesi ke ungekathuki ngaso. Umbhekileke lo muntu wayegqokeni.
Wayegqoke angisiyenze ukukhumbula kahle la ngaphezulu noma ijacket noma egqokeni but ngisikhumbula ukuthi nesigqoko esikakuvela ngama dreads la.
I won't remember or be able to remember well on his upper body whether it was a jacket or what, but he was wearing a hat and the dreadlocks were protruding here.
What type of a hat? Was the woolly hair? Can you please describe the hair that he was wearing?
Sikhuluma ngasigqoko esinjani ke lana isigqoko lesi sewulu noma isigqoko esinjani lesi sikhuluma?
No, isigqoko sewulu.
Not a woolly hat.
Isigqoko sewulu mhlawumbe bengizothi ukoto or something. So kabe isigqoko.
It was just a hat because if it was a woolly hat, I would have referred to it as the witness is saying it, I would have referred to it as ukotoi, but it was just a hat.
Or a beanie.
Or a beanie. Let me say that I was going to refer to it as a beanie, but it was just a hat.
Was it a cap?
Not a cap.
As long as you're on a cap, not a cap.
So I understand you to mean it was a sort of a sun hat.
Mhlambe isigqoko selanga sun hat njengobesho.
Uthi isigqoko selanga ejwayele bankulu.
They're usually big, the ones that I know too. Because you are protecting the sun. I am describing a hat.
Something smaller than a sun hat, but that resembles a sun hat.
You can say so.
Thank you. And in terms of explanation, as you're looking at him at that time at which you're not yet shocked, this person is the color that you gave to the court, I mean his complexion that you gave to the court was that he's neither too dark nor too white.
Nanjengoba ushilo ke ukuthi lo muntu lona ke wayengekho dark angathi kunyama noma futhi engekho mpofu indlela ochaze ngayo le angithi ngathi wawumbhekile.
Yep.
Yes.
What about his height?
I-height yakhe ke noma ubude noma ufishane bakhe.
Wayengekho umuntu.
He wasn't tall.
Are you able to estimate maybe his height?
Are you able to
estimate his height?
Ungaqagela i-height yakhe.
Ukuthi ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukuqagela kodwa wayengeke bengisho ukuthi wayengekho umuntu. Ayithanda ukuba mfishanyana. Ukuthi mhlawumbe nanokuthi mina mengayisibuka mina ngimuntu enginayo.
As I said that I won't be able to estimate the height, but as I said that he wasn't tall, a bit short or shorter, and if I look at myself, I am taller than him.
So
thank you.
Height is on 1 point.
The height is going to confuse me as now to give you as to say 1 point what or 1 point, that will confuse me.
Thank you. Then at that specific moment, where is Kelly and what was he doing?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso uKelly wayekuphi futhi enzani?
uKelly isikhathi engena labantu wayemile. And ngiyakhumbula ukuthi uKelly ngokubona kwami ngoba ngibona ukuthi kunomnyango la ngathi wabaleka wangena kulo mnyango ngoba
okay. At the time when these people entered, Kelly was standing, and according to how I looked, there was a particular door, or there was a certain door. It appears as if Kelly went in through that door. Yebo.
Ngoba angizange imlake kakhulu uKelly. Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngathi mangiqeda ukubona lo muntu, ngase sibukana noSenzo. Engikhumbula kahle futhi ukuthi uSenzo ifoni yakhe yayila eceleni kwakhe. into lento engilonge ngikhumbula futhi.
Alright. The other thing is I didn't take much note of Kelly. As I earlier on said that we then looked at each other, that is now myself and Senzo. And the other thing that I can recall was that Senzo's phone was just right next to him.
So uKelly and then uKelly angizange ngimnaye kakhulu ngoba njengoba ngisho angizange ngimnaye kakhulu ngiyacala mhlawumbe abantu wangena kulowo nyanga ngoba after kubona kwami noSenzo akubanga isikhathi esikhulu lapho sukuma khululongo zange kube isikhathi esiningi so angimnakanga kakhulu ukuthi wenzani.
As I said that I didn't take much note of Kelly, and as I said that myself and Senzo were looking at each other, and it wasn't long thereafter that Longwe got up or stood up.
Now remember, Mr. Twala.
Okay, so he still wants to finish.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. Remember, Mr. Twala, that we are still at a stage where you're still seeing the first intruder, the one that we can, for the sake of our understanding each other, the one that we can refer to as a gunman.
Ukhumbuleke ukuthi sisakhuluma ngalo wokuqala owangena lona ke uma bekhulunywa ngayo ngaphambili kuthiwe ugunman sisakhuluma ngayo kwamanje.
Yebo ngiphendula nami towards umbuzo lo after umbuzo lo ushoyo.
Yes.
Usho lokho ukuthi it's not ukuthi manje ngesikhathi ngena ugunman ngangisengihleli ngibuka ugunman emehlweni kanje.
Yes, I'm also answering based on what you are asking, and also not the fact that now when the gunman came in, I just stared at the gunman.
I've asked you at that point when you were saying you were not yet shocked, I asked you what was Kelly doing and where was she. You were trying to explain what was she doing and where was she. And you're saying you did not take much of what Kelly was doing, not so.
Angithi ke uqeda uphendula manje ke kuloko ngibuza kona wathi ke wawungamnakile kakhulu uKelly ukuthi wenzani.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to request you to confine to the question. Do you understand?
Ngizocela ke ukuthi nje ugxile kuloko engikubuzayo ke noma ume kuloko okubuzwayo.
Thank you. Now you say, then after you realize that there is this person in the sitting room, you then looked at Senzo. Then that's when you then realize, no man, this person is a stranger. It's somebody that is known here for the fact that he's got a firearm in his possession, not so.
Somebody that is known here.
A person that is not known.
Okay. Uthike manje ubheke usubona ke ugunman. Ebumva kokuthi ubone ubheke ugunman usubheka uSenzo. Yila usuzobona khona ke ukuthi cha lo muntu lona ke akaziwa la.
Lesikhathi ngibuka ugunman sengibona uphethe ngabona ukuthi umuntu ongaziwa ngoba ngase ngibuka uSenzo. Hayi ukuthi ngabuka uSenzo ngase ngibona ukuthi ugunman. Ngabuka yena qala ngabona uphethe then ngase ngibuka uSenzo. Ngangisengibonile isikhathi ngibuka uSenzo ukuthi hayi
not that I looked at Senzo and then I realized that this person. I looked at the gunman and then I noticed or I saw what the gunman had in his possession. I then looked at Senzo, but when I looked at Senzo, it was after I saw what he had in his possession. That's when I then realized that this person is not known here.
That is exactly what I'm saying. Thank you. You say this gun had this gunman or this intruder had a gun in his possession, not so.
Usho ke ukuthi lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu?
Yebo.
Yes.
Why do you say what he had in his possession was a gun or was a firearm?
Yini imbangela noma yini okubangela ukuthi lokhu awayekuphethe kuyena isibhamu?
Ngoba ngakubona.
Because I saw it.
So you know that the instrument which you saw in his possession was a firearm.
Kusho ukuthi uyazi ukuthi lokho owakubona ekuphethe kuyisibhamu noma kwakuyisibhamu.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know the reason why I'm asking this, a simple question was put to you on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, just to describe that firearm, and then you said you can't.
I remember.
I know well.
Why were you not able to describe that firearm?
Kwakungani ke uma ngaba ummeli kaMagalo kwamsolo wokuqala nowesibili ekubuza ukuthi awusichaze lesi sibhamu wathi ke awukwazi noma ungeke usichaze.
Angikwazanga vele ngoba ngizazi ibhamu ngizazi inhlobo zebhamu.
I couldn't, yes indeed, because I don't know firearms. I don't know the kinds or the types of firearms.
Mr. Twala, you were not requested to tell this court what type of a firearm was it. You were requested to describe the firearm. It was even put to you whether it was a long firearm, a short firearm. You still said you can't.
Bekungalindeleke noma ngathi ubuzwa-ke bekungalindeleke ukuthi uchaze iy'nhlobo zesibhamu. Waze wabuzwa futhi-ke ukuthi kwakuyisibhamu esikhulu noma eside noma isibhamu esincane. Nala khona-ke awuzange ukwazi-ke ukuthi usichaze.
I think lapho wenza iphutha ngokusho njalo ngoba ngasichaza ukuthi isibhamu esikhulu isibhamu esincane.
I think you are
bashiwe yimi.
Okay.
Hayi ukuthi kwabekwa umuntu.
I think you are making a mistake there because I did mention that it was not a long firearm, it was or a big firearm, it was a small firearm. I said that, no one else.
Mr. Thala, I won't argue with you, but what I remember you saying is that the one and only thing that you could tell about the firearm was its color, and you said it was black. And I don't want to make an argument that.
Ngeke ngiphikisane nawe-ke kodwa-ke kukodwa engikukhumbulayo owakusho wena-ke ngaso isibhamu ukuthi kwakuyisibhamu esimnyama ngombala.
Nami badla ngekhulu inhlonipho ngithanda ukuthi ngaphikisana kube khona ukuphikisana kwethu phakathi kwethu sobabili. Ngichaza into nami engiyaziyo. Engayazi nengenayisho yayo angifuni ukuthi ngigxile kakhulu kuyona.
On my side as well, with the greatest of respect, I'm only responding or answering what you're asking me, and I will never discuss or labor much onto something that I know nothing about. I am only saying that which I know.
Thank you, Mr. Thala. I'll later on come to the very same aspect relating to the firearm.
Okay, I can sir.
No problem, sir, okay?
Now, after you have formulated a view that this person was not known in the house, according to you, that is when then the person said money and or cell phones. Is that so?
Uma noma emuva-ke ukuthi uyitholeleke wena-ke kuwena-ke ukuthi cha lo muntu akaziwa la uthi yila khona-ke ase efuna imali kanye nama-cell phones.
Yebo.
Yes.
And immediately thereafter, what happened according to you?
Kwasekwenzekani-ke emuva kwalokho?
La kusukuma khona ulongo.
That's when Longo stood up.
Thank you. Now you said, he said money and cell phone in Zulu, and you also included Sutu there. What did you say about the Sutu?
Ushilo-ke ukuthi ekushoni kwakhe-ke noma efuna imali efuna nama-cell phones wakusho lokho ngesizulu kodwa-ke kukhona wakusho ukhuluma ngesuthu. Yini le wawuyisho ngesuthu?
Ngathi mina umani no cell phones igama lesingisi lelo.
I said
just to understand
so that we understand each other. The first
money
thing
and cell
is
phones igama lesingisi lelo.
I said money and cell phones. That's English.
But wayengasho enye into ehlapha ibisho ngesizulu or but ngingangisho ukuthi ngendlela asho ngayo ngokukhuluma kwakhe angithi ngithi mina ngumZulu so uyangizwa ukuthi ngikhuluma kanjani singakho ngithi mina kungaba umZulu kungaba umSuthu but mainly ngakuyisizulu.
Okay, okay. But I was saying that what he said that it could have been Zulu, but as you can hear that I am Zulu, you also listen to the manner in which I speak. But what I was saying is that which he said could have been either in Zulu, he could have been Zulu or Sotho, but mostly on the Zulu side.
That's exactly where my confusion is. What is it that he specifically said which made you to say there's a Sotho, it could have been a Sotho as well, when he said money and firearm? I mean money and cell phone. I'm sorry for the
Ilakho nangideka ngoba ngifuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi yini lena mhlambe ayisho lena ekubangela uthi-ke ukuthi sasikhona-ke nesuthu khona lapho yini wathini?
I think engizama ukusho ukuthi sikhona sothola iclarity ngiyaphinda ukuthi umani no cell phones igama lesingisi lelo. Mina engikushoyo ukuthi obviously lo muntu wayesisho wayengayena umuntu omhlophe. Wayengakhuluma isilungu. Wayikhuluma njengoba ngumZulu manje mangithi money and cell phones. So engikushoyo ukuthi mina njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngiyamfaka uSuthu kancane mhlawumbe but ngisticka mainly on towards iZulu.
So ukhuluma ngayo ukuthi kungenzeka ukuthi ungumSuthu noma kwakuwumZulu yena noma lokho bakusho.
Asisho phela uthi yena personal.
Yena, okay.
Yena hayi ngoba kuthi lokho ayekusho yena.
What I am referring to, what I'm saying is that once again I repeat, money and cell phones, it's English. So that person was not a white person. Once again, the witness is referring to himself. As I'm stated here, I am Zulu. So I'm mostly referring to him particularly, that it could have been either Zulu or Sutu, not that which he said, but specifically him.
How did you pick that up? Was it maybe the accent or the pronunciation or?
Yeah, we can lead to pronunciation and accents.
We can put it in something like that. So pendula ke judge ukuthi yebo angasa inkulumo noma kundlela ke awakusho ngayo lokho asho ukuthi ke khasi baba ungawumZulu noma umSuthu.
So what you're now saying is, when the person said in Zulu, money and cell phone, the accent that you picked up, was that one of a person who was not a pure Zulu?
Okay. Ingabe uthi asithi lo muntu ke washo ke esho ngesizulu ke ethi money and cell phone kodwa kusho ngesizulu. Kodwa ke ngendlela akhuluma ngayo noma ke i-accent imasebenzisa lelo gama lesilungu, indlela akusho ngayo ila khona ke wena ke wabesu uthi cha, indlela akhuluma ngayo cha akasiyena lona umZulu phakathi. Kungenzeka ukuthi uwumSuthu.
Cha, kungabe umZulu phakathi.
No, it could have been Zulu.
Kungabe umZulu phakathi. Engikushoyo mina mhlambe it's because abantu engispend isikhathi nabo kaningi, obviously abantu abaZulu ngoba ngihlala eKZN noma ngingala eGoli ngihlala ngiseKatlehong. So that's what I'm referring to, ukuthi le ndlela asho ngayo umuntu yes yena washo ukuthi money and cell phones, but kuwo konke it's pertaining mainly to umuntu omZulu okhuluma isiZulu njengoba nami ngikhuluma isiZulu.
I am saying this, sorry, let me start here that, yes, he was Zulu, a pure Zulu, but I'm saying this because I spend a lot of time with Zulu-speaking people. I am in KwaZulu-Natal, and even if I'm here, or I am here, let's say in Katlehong, I spend most of the time with Zulu, but what I'm saying is that which he said on the day, money and cell phones, that he could tell that the person is Zulu.
No, Mr. Twala, you're running away now.
Okay.
I'm not running away. I could inkulumo ingahlangani. Hayi ngoba ngirun away.
Not that I'm running away, but there's some miscommunication, okay?
Between who and who?
Between mhlambe mina nobaba nento ayishoyo kuwena.
Maybe between myself, that is referring to himself, and the interpreter, and what he's saying to you, okay?
Okay, let it be sorted out.
Yes. Ngithi mina lo muntu njengoba ethi Zulu, njengoba uthi wena ungaze lapho ukuthi uwumZulu, angithi ngibuza lokho. That's what you're asking. No, judging.
Okay.
You repeated the question.
Okay.
Ngithi mina you asking me ukuthi how do I know ukuthi lo muntu should uwumZulu, pure Zulu.
Okay.
And then I said response yami ithi kuwena lo muntu njengoba ethe cell phones and this Zulu, I mean ethe cell phones and imali. Obviously umuntu owumZulu ngiyamazi ukuthi ukhuluma kanjani.
Ubambe lapho. You asked me a question as to how did I pick up that the person was Zulu. And what I'm saying to you now is, as this person said cell phone and money, and I, knowing how a Zulu speaking person speaks,
it's mainly towards isiZulu.
I'm still saying even now that it's mainly towards isiZulu.
Mr. Twala, you seem not to have understood my question. I'm going to repeat it again. The court asked you, why do you say that there was a Sotho fluency in what this person said? Was it as a result of his accent and then you said yes?
Ngizophinda ke kunombuzo obuzwe inkantolo ukuthi yini ke ekubangele ukuthi wena ucabangeleke ukuthi kwakunesuthu esikhona noma yena umsuthu noma kwakunesuthu esikhona. Yakubuza ke inkantolo ukuthi kwaku i-accent yini wavuma wena wathi yebo.
Just correction there. No, correction. I asked him whether he picked that through accent or pronunciation.
Yes.
And yes, what he said was that it was much more from pronunciation.
Exactly.
Yes, and he did not mention Sotho. So when you are mentioning Sotho, he just said X in the pronunciation towards the Zulu. And then I said yes, it could be X in the pronunciation.
Mr. Twala, we've got an interpreter.
Yeah.
Please respect him if you still want him to assist you.
Okay, I was just making clarity
in Azan, so that we understand each other.
Yes.
Now my follow-up question was it because of that accent or his pronunciation, or let me use pronunciation, as way that is used by the court? Was it because of the pronunciation of his words that made you to create an impression that this person was not a pure Zulu? Which is the reason why he said it in Sutu, I mean, in whatever he said, when he said money and cell phone, there was a Sutu in what he said.
I think we'll have this problem a lot over and over again. The issue of the longevity of the question, it's both the defense and the witness. We still have this confusion. The witness has said now there's a confusion between myself and him. And the longer we stretch the questions, we will always have that confusion, my lord.
You mean the length
That's correct.
of the question?
We will always have that confusion, and it will always be blamed on me, but not on those who stretch the questions.
Yeah, no, nobody's being blamed.
No, that's what's happening.
We're not blaming anyone. Just remind whoever, even including me, whenever you have a sense that it's too long, remind us. And I think you stand reminded, Mr. Mlisi.
As it please the court, my lords.
Yeah.
Let me try to cut it short. I'm going to start it from the beginning. The court asks you, why do you say that there was a Sutu, or you had a glimpse of a Sutu in what this person was saying? And then your answer is, in fact, the court suggested, was it because of his pronunciation? And then you said yes.
No, I said, was it because of accent or pronunciation?
Yes. And then you said yes. Do you still remember?
That's where you are confused. I put a bit. Inkantolo ingize ukuthi njengoba ngithi towards isiZulu, is it because of the pronunciation yini?
Okay.
Which is pronunciation and accent towards isiZulu. You are referring to isiZulu.
Okay. I think
So that's where you are getting it wrong again.
you
You spoke about Zulu, not Sotho.
the court referred to isiZulu and you are referring to isiZulu. The court asked if it is pronunciation and accent what isiZulu, and you are being specific on Sesotho.
Mr. Twala,
Yes.
initially my question was, why do you say that in what this person said, there was a Sutu, there was some Sutu, which word you use in your main testimony?
Eqaleni umbuzo wami kuwena ubuthe yini imbangela ngoba bekuyini imbangela yokuthi kulokho owakuzwa wena ke ube usukhuluma ngesisuthu ke yila umbuzo wami eqaleni ukhona.
Right kumbuzo nje.
Now the question is
I-answer yami ithi ngesikhathi ngibhala i-statement I reset ukuthi lo muntu ufune imali ne-cell phone, and I cleared ukuthi imali ne-cell phone is an English word.
ibambe lapho. During the time of the writing of my statement, I mentioned, or I did say that this person demanded money and cell phone, and I made it specific that money and cell phones is English.
But engikushoyo ukuthi ngoba kangasiyena umuntu omhlophe lo ayengibuza lo kakumuntu omnyama.
Okay, but what I'm saying is because the person who was asking me that was not a white person, was a black person.
So that's why ngisho ukuthi lo muntu wakusho ngesizulu ngasho ukuthi mhlawumbe hayi ukuthi umsuthu, but ngoba manje ngixaka ukuthi indaba sise mhlawumbe ngoba ngithe gold angisho kanjalo, but it was towards isizulu kakhulu.
Okay.
So statement inibhale kanjalo.
Now what I then mentioned or said that let me just say this, because we are now in Gauteng, I would then say in isiZulu, and even in my statement it's written like that.
Because umuntu othi imali ne-cell phones nomuntu omsuthu angasho ukuthi imali ne-cell phone.
Because when someone say money and cell phone, even a Sotho speaking person can say money and cell phones, or noma imali nama cell phones.
No.
Yeah, I think we should adjourn for tea. Can we all be back here by 12:30?
As it please the court, mother. I'm not even aware that it's already tea time, because we're only 15 minutes down the line. But
Yeah,
nonetheless, as it please the court, mother.
Okay.
Is that so? Yes or no?
Ukuze ngiphendule fanele ngichazele kahle.
For me to
Awuthi ubuza into
answer
engayisho
you,
kwi-statement. So I'm going to answer you into engayisho kwi-statement.
correct.
Kwi-statement ngathi umuntu owangena wathi cell phones and money. Wafuna ama-cell phone nemali.
Okay. In the statement or in my statement, I said the person who entered or the intruder said cell phones and money. Yebo.
Ngase
Mr.
ngathi
Twala, Mr. Twala, I'm asking you about what you said in your evidence under cross-examination.
Akakhulumi nge-statement, ukhuluma
What you said in cross-examination.
kathi ubuzwa ummeli ubaba lohlezi ngapha ngale yena ne.
ngisho kona nami.
Yeah. Or uzwa ukuthi statement.
Ngicela ungiphindela ukuthi uthini theni ukuze ngizokwazi ukuthi.
Can you repeat what you allege I said so that I can answer you?
What is it that you did not understand about what I said?
I have a right ukuthi ngikubuze ukuthi ngicela ungiphindele. So
I have a right.
ngesihle ngithi ngicela ungiphindele into othi wena ngisho kwi-cross examination.
I have a right to ask you to repeat because I'm asking you to repeat what you allege I said during cross-examination.
Thank you. In cross-examination, you said this person who got into the house, the first intruder, said cell phones and money. He said that in Zulu. You also included a Sotho word there.
Cross-examination uthi-ke uthe wena-ke lo muntu owangena wathi cell phones and money ekusho lokho ngesizulu wabe usufaka negama lesuthu-ke khona lapho.
Is that not so?
Amanga lawa ngikaze ngisho.
Those are lies. I never said that.
Lesotho.
In
Wafaka
Lesotho.
igama lesotho.
That I included a Sotho word.
Yes?
My lord, I think that's it's a very serious allegation. I wouldn't really put something which is misleading to the witness on those basis. I'm going to request some kind of clarification, maybe from the record, from the court, or maybe we can go to the records.
Yeah, well, I don't want to enter that ring. You
Because-
remember, it's not something that was said today. I don't want to get it wrong. Is it turning on something very, very vital?
Of course, my lord. I will not be pursuing this line of cross-examination if it is not vital. It is very vital to my case, of course.
All right. So it means you have to listen to the...
It could be that I'm making a mistake, but that is what I'm having on my notes.
Yeah,
But when
yeah,
it comes
yeah,
to see if I'm
why-
telling a lie,
That's why I was...
that changes the picture.
That's why I'm asking you whether it turns on something very vital.
It's very
Because,
vital, my lord.
Yeah, if it's vital, then we'll just have to go to the record.
As it is a court, my lord. But maybe before we can go to the record, I'm just checking if the court is not in a position to assist us with what the court captured in his notes.
Yeah, the notes are being typed. We'll check. I don't have the notes here with me. What?
The hard copy in the state level will come out filing at office.
Yeah, but it still has to check. So we'll adjourn for you to go to the, because whatever I recorded, we still have to know what stands recorded.
Please, the court, my lord. Thank you. my lord.
I don't obviously write every word.
As it please the court.
It will not be humanly possible.
Thank you.
Right.
said in isiZulu, cell phone and money, although he did not say ucingo in isiZulu. But there was also Sutu. There was also a bit of a Sutu. To paraphrase that, he said there was Sutu Ranane. It means a bit of a Sutu, but more into isiZulu. That is exactly what he said.
Yeah.
So I think, therefore, the suggestion that I was lying when I said to him that he said isiZulu, and there is also a Soto that he also mentioned was proper, and that is exactly what is reflected in the court record as well.
Mr. Twala, it could be that all this adjournment was because of your use of words, especially the word lie. Because I now gather that Mr. Mnisi is very much about the use of the word lie, which I also heard. Just to say, maybe we should be thoughtful about how we throw words around, because I will find out from Mr. Mnisi what is so vital about that, other than away from the use of the word lie, because my understanding of all that was said and how it was captured, I don't think it makes any difference. Maybe you are going to demonstrate that, but now of late you are revealing that when the word, or when you were accused of lying, you felt that this must be followed up. And indeed, we have to preserve some decorum, and we have to demonstrate respect when we do whatever we do in a courtroom. So I don't know whether you want to take this further.
As it is the court, my lord, may I explain?
Yeah.
The court shall remember that in a quest to try and clarify what I actually posed to him, the court said, why do you say there was also some Soto there? Was it because of his accent or his pronunciation? And then he said, yes.
Okay.
Then a follow-up to that question.
He said pronunciation.
Yes, he said
pronunciation. He didn't just say yes, he said pronunciation.
Yes, pronunciation.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Then a follow-up to my question, after the court had made that clarification, was to him, would you then say that this person, that this intruder who came in and demanded money and cell phone was not a pure Zulu-speaking person? That is now, that's when then he started to rumble around. But that is where the gist of my question was. That is where then he started to give a long, winding explanation and everything, which ultimately culminated to him making such allegations that I'm like, I'm lying. It's neither here nor there for me, my lord. But the gist of the question is, he did not respond to the question that I asked him on whether or not, therefore the person that, or the intruder that got into the house, according to what he said, based on his pronunciation, the person was not a pure Zulu speaking person. I only wanted a yes or no answer. I wonder if the court is able to follow me.
Yeah,
Thank you, my lord.
You see, as I sit here, I have to do calculations. We have to justify the time we spend on a given point.
As it is the court, my lord.
That's my only issue because where we are now, by now he has even clarified to say he spends a lot of time with Zulu-speaking people, be it in KwaZulu-Natal or in Gauteng, and that is exactly why he made mention of isiZulu in relating what the intruder said when he entered. And all he said, and it's not far-fetched from what I recorded and what you are also contending to have been said, that Sesotho merely featured in the equation. It's not what he did not go as far as to say it sounded like a Sesotho speaking person uttering the words money or cell phone.
My lord, I don't mean to just to jump in when the court is speaking, but my understanding of the question that was posed as a clarification to him by the court as to why does he also use the word Sotho there when the man said money and cell phone. Was it because of his pronunciation or accent? Then he said it was because of his pronunciation, which is why he said to the man there was Sotho in what he said.
Not Sotho, Sotho or isiZulu.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah. He didn't confine it to one of the two. He said the pronunciation he had made him conclude that this person speaks isiZulu or Sotho.
Still, my lord, it does not take what I'm saying far from what the court is saying.
Yeah. I don't know whether this discussion should happen now.
I want to close it.
It may be something that has to be put in perspective during argument. Because now you and me are debating what he said in his presence. And all you can do is to cross-examine him, to tease out where he stands with all of it. And I hear the point you are raising. It might not be the time to flesh it out fully now.
As it is a court, my lord, with due respect, let me finalize on this point.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Twala, you have heard that you did confirm under cross-examination that this person spoke in isiZulu and a bit of Sotho. That's what the recording is saying. Now, the question that I asked you that I want to repeat is, did it then appear to you that this person was not a pure Zulu-speaking person?
Usileke ukuthi noma ke uma bekulalela lapha ukuthi uyasho ukuthi balalele base bezwa ke lapha ukuthi ushilo ukuthi lo muntu lona owayekhuluma isiZulu waqhubeka ukuthi ke isisuthu kancane manje ke kulokho ke uwena ke owakuthola noma wezwa ukuthi lo muntu lona kulokho wakuzwa ukuthi akasiyena umZulu phaqa.
Firstly, ngithanda ukuxolisa ngokuthi ngithi unamanga kaNtolo. Lokho bengikushiswa ukuthi usuke wathi wena mina ngithe kunegama lesisuthu ngishilo.
Firstly, I would like to apologize that I said to you in court that you are lying or you are telling a lie. I was saying that based on what you put to me that I said that there was a Sotho word in there. Yebo?
So ingakho ngithe unamazi ngoba ngikazi ngikusho lokho. Secondly, ukuya to kwindaba yesiZulu nesisuthu. Ezingishilo ukuthi ngithe lo muntu wayekhuluma isiZulu, isisuthu but mainly isiZulu.
Okay. Hence I then said that you were telling a lie because I didn't say that. But with regards to the issue of the language, I said that this person speaks isiZulu, Sesotho, but more isiZulu. I am repeating that again.
Thank you. I think it concludes our, an apology accepted, of course.
Okay, ngiyabonga.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you,
Twan. Thank you. Let's proceed. Immediately after this intruder, the gunman said that is when then Longwe jumped up. Is that not so?
Uthi nje kamuva nje ukuthi lo muntu lona owangena ke noma ugunman lona wangena wakusho lokho efuna ke amaselfoni nemali yila uLongwe wasukuma khona.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now exactly what did Longwe do immediately after he jumped out? Let us take it in slow motion.
Ngicela ke sikuthathe kancane lokho ukuthi nje emuva kokuthi akushilo ke ugunman lokho. What did Longwe do?
Yes.
Yini eyenziwa uLongwe nje emuva kokuthi ekushilo lokho yena lo muntu lona ke efuna ke lokho akufuna wenzani uLongwe?
Wasukuma.
He stood up
Yes.
Towards umuntu lo.
towards the person that was carrying the firearm.
Umpusha and then waphuma emnyango.
Pushed him and he went out of the door.
Thank you. Then at that point, were you able to see where Kelly was?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke ingabe wabona yini ukuthi uKelly wayekuphi nendawo?
Cha, ngibonanga.
No, I didn't see it.
And at that point, am I correct to say that you were not as yet aware of the existence of another person, of the second intruder?
Ngabe ngizobe ngiqinisile yini uma ngithi ngaleso sikhathi ke lesikhathi lesi sikhuluma ngaso manje wawungekazi ukuthi ukhona owesibili umuntu. Ngalesikhathi kwenzekala ngalesikhathi efuna imali uLongwe sukuma emphusha wawungazi ngaleso sikhathi ukuthi ukhona owesibili. Yes.
Yebo.
Thank you. Now, according to your testimony, Longwe stood up or stands up, approaches this man, he pushes him aside and dashes out of the house. Not so?
Usho ke ukuthi usukumile uLongwe waya kuyena wamphusha wabe sephuma ngomnyango. Yeah.
And then immediately thereafter, what folded?
Kwase kwenzekani ke emuva kwalokho?
Ngikhumbula ukuthi basukuma bona uSenzo. Basukuma uSenzo, basukuma uTumelo nabasukuma. Mina ngikhumbula ukuthi ngathatha ifoni yami.
I remember that they stood up. Now Senzo and Tumelo, and what I remember which I did, I took my phone.
You said Senzo and Tumelo also stood up, and you also stood up and grabbed your phone.
Yebo.
Yes.
What exactly did Senzo do?
Yini
After he stood up?
kanye eyenziwa kwamakahle kahle eyenziwa uSenzo?
uSenzo waphushana naye phela lo muntu lo eqala lapha isibhamu baphushana towards ekitchen.
Senzo pushed each other, that is now together with the person that was carrying the fire up towards the kitchen.
Thank you. So at that point in time, according to what you're observing, is only Senzo who's with a gentleman, and they're pushing this intruder, and they're pushing each other towards the kitchen.
Ngaleso sikhathi ilokho nje owakubona ke wena ukuthi kwakusenzo kuphela ke okulendoda lena ke ephethe isibhamu futhi ke bayaphushana baya ngase kitchen.
Then ngisho phela ukuthi uSenzo kuphela ngoba noTumelo naye wayekhona ngithi. But mina ngimbona oqala umuntu owaya towards lo muntu kakuSenzo, but noTumelo wayo. So ngesikhathi uTumelo yale ngeke ngize ngibone mina ngiflathele obviously bhekele ngithatha ifoni.
I wouldn't say Senzo alone because Tumelo was there as well. But the first person that I saw that went towards the person and pushed each other was Senzo. And then I wouldn't have seen because I was now with my back as I was taking or grabbing my phone.
Thank you. I'm trying to fathom. I'm trying to imagine this kind of a pushing that you speaking about. I'm unable to to arrive at the proper situation as to how this actually happened, to decipher as to how this pushing actually happened.
Ngizama ke ukuhlanganisa ke ngicabange ngalendlela okhuluma ngayo nokuthi ke lokuphushana lokhu kwenzeka kanjani ke kodwa ke angifinyeleli nje la ukuthi la ngikuhlanganisa khona ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani.
Maybe before I proceed, is it your testimony that you are not aware whether Mr. Madlala was part of the pushing or not?
Ngaphambi nje ukuthi ngiqhubekeke ingabe uthi awunaso yini isiqiniseko sokuthi naye ke uTumelo wayekhona kuloko kuphushana lokho?
Masisho ukupushana angithi ngisebenzisela igama elithi wrestling.
When we refer to the pushing,
sisastika kantona lo gama noma ngiqhubeka no Scuffle.
Are we still on the sorry. When we refer to the pushing, isn't it that it was then decided that we use the word wrestling, or are we still sticking to the word, or must I proceed with the Scuffle?
Let's let alone semantic. We have just mentioned now that immediately Longwe stood up, he pushed the guy, and then he went outside. Then those who were in the house, they also stood up, and Senzo then approached this man and pushed him. I'm using your words.
Yeah.
You said pushed.
Yes.
Yes. So I wonder why do you ask now? Why do you want us now to
No,
change
I'm
the
asking
words?
because if you look totally clarity to what happened last week Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I want to get clarity to what happened last week Friday. Yes.
Because last week Friday, last time I said community Scuffle.
I used last week Friday. I used the word Scuffle.
For which now with dictionary and Scuffle which we conduct.
Because then you consulted the dictionary and informed me as to what it meant, and then it was changed.
Mr. Fella, let me quickly help you. Let me quickly help you.
Yes.
Whether pushing, a scuffle, wrestling, whatever, in the same context, they would mean the same thing. You can use those words.
I think all the witness wants is that there be consistency in the use of the word. I think I hear him to be saying only that he's referring us to a discussion we had here in court last week, where we ended up concluding amongst us all in his presence that we shall go with the word wrestling. That's all he's reminding us, and he's hearing that you have changed that terminology. You are now using Scuffle. Mr. Twala, Mr. What's the word? Mr. Twala, to Mr. Nisi. It doesn't, those words can be used interchangeably.
All of those words.
That's what he said. Never mind the terminology.
All right. Why I'm using Shoranjalo? Because I can see we are getting to a party when Senzo stood up. So I just wanted to use the correct word at that time, because when I used Scuffle, it was used against me. So that's why I want to use the correct word when he's saying after Senzo stood up, what did he do?
Ngifuna nje ukusebenzisa igama ekulilona ke ngoba ngiyamuzwa ke ukuthi ubhekisa manje noma ukhuluma manje ke nkathi uSenzo ekhuluma kulamagama ke amaningi asetshenzisiwe ke witness last week bekukhulunywa ngoScuffle bese kukhulunywa ngoRussell manje sekupush. So uthi witness nje ufuna nje ukuthi alandeleke ummeli ukuthi ngoba uyamuzwa ke ekhuluma ngalesikhathi uSenzo azokwazi naye ke ukuthi asebenzise igama kuyilona.
Yes.
Now remember, my lord, according to the testimony of this witness, there was the pushing that ended up in the kitchen. There was also some kind of a wrestling in the kitchen itself.
Yes.
So now I'm still confined to what is happening from the sitting room into the kitchen. I'm not yet in the kitchen. Okay. According to this witness, he says Senzo stood up, approached the perpetrator, and then they pushed each other to the kitchen. We're not yet in the kitchen. The usage of the word wrestling or wrangling has got to do with, or it was agreed, or on the basis of what happened in the kitchen itself. We're not yet in the kitchen here.
I'm not sure I agree with you, but let's proceed. I hope you are not putting things he did not say.
As it is the court, my lord.
Maybe why don't you ask him a
cautious.
straight question?
Yes.
Whether there was any wrestling in the sitting room or in the kitchen, or whether it happened both in the kitchen and the sitting room.
Now, he specifically said, my lord, when Senzo stood up, he accosted this perpetrator and they pushed each other to the kitchen. Is that not what you're saying, sir?
Ayisibona ukushilo lokho ukuthi uSenzo wasukuma waya kuyena baphushana ukuya ekitchen.
What I noted is they pushed one another towards the kitchen. That's what I wrote.
What did the witness say?
If I can be of assistance, I think counsel wanted to know if Dr. Madlala was part of the pushing. That's
Yes.
where we stopped.
Yeah. Yes.
No, that is not what I said, my lord. I've asked Mr. Madlala. I said to the witness, Senzo stands up. He accosted this intruder. According to him, they then start to push each other towards the kitchen. I'm not referring to Mr. Madlala. I don't know where Mr. Madlala is featuring here. And this witness says exactly that is what is happening. Or that is what happened.
Okay. Then are you able to field that question?
Yes, I can answer. I think he's asking me like two to three questions at the same time.
This is Zulu.
This is Zulu. Okay. Ungibuza. Ukuthi naye ngibuze u2 at the same time. Ungibuza ngoSenzo, ungibuza ngoTumelo ubuyela kuSenzo futhi.
Okay. He's asking me two questions at the same time. Ask me about Senzo, ask me about Tumelo. And then went back to Senzo before I could answer.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying ukuthi that's why ngibuze i-choice of word ukuze ngizokwazi ukuthi ngiphendule kahle lo mbuzo uphendulayo.
Yeah, but
Hence, I refer to the choice of words, my lord, so that I could be able to answer properly the question that I'm being asked.
he just clarified now that Tumelo is not part of the question as yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So when he's asking about uSenzo, ngizosho ukuthi uSenzo usukumile uSenzo baphushana Scuffle lento abayisho abagama lelo towards a kitchen. Mina ngishone ngala ngase TV ngathatha ifoni yami.
Senzo, sorry, ma?
Mase ngibuya obviously bese kitchen.
Alright.
Ukhona ingane.
Okay. Senzo stood up, approached the person. They pushed each other towards the kitchen. I then went this way and then took my phone. When I now came back, they were already in the kitchen and the child was also there.
Thank you. Then will you demonstrate to us how did this pushing in towards, from the sitting room into the kitchen take place? How did it happen?
I will come to say,
Ngiyangasukuma ukuthi muthi towards the kitchen, kitchen nase dining it's two different things. I mean nase sitting room. So engizocacisa futhi ukuthi ngesikhathi esukuma uSenzo eyopushana nalo muntu. Ngibona ukuthi bayapushana towards kitchen, but mina ngijikile ngabuka ngala. So ngesikhathi engena ngase kitchen azange sambona.
all right. When you say now the kitchen, because now the kitchen and the sitting room are two different areas. So Senzo got up, approached this person, and they pushed each other. I then turned around and went this direction. So when they entered the kitchen, I did not see them when they entered the kitchen.
So
But Mr. Twala,
describe upusha a kitchen, upusha towards the kitchen.
Mr. Twala,
Or a Scuffle.
Mr.
Can
Twala,
you just, okay.
Mr.
So
Twala.
describing the pushing towards the kitchen, Yebo.
So pushing towards the kitchen, obviously babe pushana ukuthi babembambane kuphi angeke ngize describe lokho, but bapushana towards a kitchen.
So obviously pushing each other towards the
Scuffle
kitchen,
towards the kitchen.
they held each other, but I can't say where exactly on their bodies.
now that's my problem. You are able to say they were pushing each other towards the kitchen. Is that not what you're saying?
Ila inkinga yami ekhona ke angithi uthi babepushana ukuya ekitchen. Awusho lokho?
Yebo.
Yes.
Then describe, because you saw them. Why can't you be able to describe how did the pushing take place?
Angithi wababona wena ke so usichazeleke noma ku describe noma kuchazeke lokupushana lokho.
Angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuchaza ukupushana.
I won't be able to describe the pushing.
Why?
ngoba ngiyakuchazela ukuthi ngesikhathi ngisukuma usenzo wena ufuna ngichazele ukuphushana kusukela edining kuya kitchen and i-understanding yami njengoba ngikutshela ukuthi ngesikhathi bephushana beya ngasekitchen mina ngasukuma ngayifonini so angibonanga ukuthi baphushana up until bezongena ekitchen kanjani.
Because now you want me to describe the pushing from the dining to the kitchen, and I said, or I did mention it, that when Senzo got up, approached the person, I then turned around. That's when I went to take or to pick up my phone. So I don't know how they pushed each other towards the kitchen.
Mr. Twala,
Yes, sir.
the fact that Senzo and the first intruder pushed each other was introduced by you, not so?
Ukuthi noma udaba lokuthi uSenzo nalo oqala baphushana udaba oluvezwe uwe angithi kunjani?
Yebo.
Yes.
Then describe the pushing.
Sichazeleke
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ukuphushana ukubambana ukuthi manje angifuni uze ngisho ukuthi babambene or bephushana so but ukuphushana ukubambana it's either here or here angazi but we were pushing towards each other. Senzo wayengala.
Is that fair, Mr. Minister? This witness is saying these people locked into one another and pushed one another towards the kitchen.
Yes.
And then immediately he says, I will not be able to describe the nature of the pushing because at the same time I rose up and picked up my cell phone. He's saying he is not able, and you are saying why is he not able. The reason why he has already given is because his mind concentrated on picking up his phone and moving out at that time. Now you are coming back to the same question over and over again.
My lord, the court has just said, according to this witness,
Yeah.
these people locked each other. I mean, were locked to each other.
That's me using the word. Don't attribute it to him. I'm describing what I'm hearing him saying, rightly or wrongly. You can't push one another without being in contact. And locked means I'm using the word locked in the sense of being in contact with one another. Locked might not even be the word.
My lord, the reason why I keep on wanting an explanation as to how did the pushing take place. Pushing can take form in so many ways. Somebody can push someone from the back. Somebody can push someone with a side. Somebody can push someone when someone is pretending as if he's a wheelbarrow and then is pushing him from the back. So it is within that context that I want this witness to exactly explain how the pushing happened.
Yeah,
It's not a difficult question. You can
Mr.
say,
Nisi, you could have said from what angle did he push him? Did he push him from behind, from the front? But when you say describe this, the pushing, and the witness keeps on saying, I will not be able to describe it because I was concentrating on picking up my phone. Is that the question you want to ask?
My lord, I cannot put word into the witness and say to him, was the pushing through the side or through what angle or whatever. It's him who introduced the word pushing. So I don't find it strange for me then to say to this way, can you please describe the pushing?
But then
it's him that is supposed to give the answer.
But that one he has answered. He said, I am not able. More than once he has said, I am not able because I concentrated on picking up my phone. And now you are bringing up, you are the one who brought details about pushing from behind or the side of from the front. That's why I was tempted to say to you, why don't you ask that direct question so that we go over this point?
Mr. Twala, how did the pushing take place?
Ukupushana lokhu kwenzeka kanjani?
Ngicabanga ukuthi sengisho ukuthi angeke ngize ngikwazi ukuchazela ukuthi push-up kwenzeka kanjani.
I think I've already mentioned or said that I won't be able to explain to you or to describe to you as to how the pushing happened.
Then if you say you are unable to describe how the pushing happened, then why do you say there was a pushing there, if you are unable to describe it?
Uma ngabe ungakwazike ukuchaza kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi uveze ke udaba lokuthi baphushana noma usho kanjani ukuthi baphushana uma ungakwazi ukuchaza?
Because ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengikuchazile ukuthi uSenzo wasukuma waya towards lo muntu. Lesikhathi eya towards lo muntu ngibabona bephusha kudathi bangasekitchen mina ngaza ngadla ngathatha ifoni yami so angeke
Okay. I think I did mention it, but Senzo stood up. Senzo approached the person and they then pushed each other. And then when I saw that they were pushing each other towards the kitchen, that's when I then turned around and picked up my phone.
Mr. Thala, I'm going to put it to you that you're trying to intentionally evade explaining how the pushing took place.
Uthi ke uzokusho kwenake ukuthi wenake uyabaleka ke lokho noma uyazama ukuthi ukubalekeke ukuthi uchaze ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani.
Ngiyabuzwa umbono wakho wanje nawe.
I hear you and that is your opinion.
Thank you. Then in the kitchen, maybe before we arrive at the kitchen part, you grabbed your phone. Where did you go?
Wasuthatha i-cellphone yakho ke wayithatha waya kuphi?
Ngagrab ifoni ngeza towards la sithe khona yini ark.
I grabbed the phone and then I came towards that which we referred to as the ark.
Then you are now on the ark, on the ark. What is it that is happening? Or what is it that you see happening in the kitchen?
Usulapho ke manje yini oyibona yenzeka e-kitchen?
Kakune scuffle wrestling between Senzo, lo mfana wesibhamu, Tumelo, lo munye mude, then kukhona uMakakheli noZandi befika nje beshaya labantu belo. Mina ngikhumbulayo ukuthi ikona umuntu engakubona lokho.
Okay. What happened was that there was then this scuffle, wrestling between Senzo and the person with the firearm, Tumelo and the tall guy, and then there was Zandile and her mother. They were assaulting these guys. That is what I saw.
And then Nina, attention.
Thank you. All
right.
When you say there was a scuffle, what was exactly happening? Because you say Senzo, there was Mr. Madala, there was Zandile, and there was a mother. You have said Zandile and the mother were hitting the first intruder with the crutches, not so. What exactly was happening between Tumelo, Senzo, and the intruder? That which you're referring to as a scuffle.
Yini-ke nanje usuchazileke ukuthi wakunalesi scuffle yini-ke eyayenzeka ngokushilo ke ukuthi uZandile noma wakhe bonake babeshaya lona-ke okokuqala manje-ke yini-ke lena eyayenzeka le uthi umuyibiza uthi i-scuffle phakathi kaSenzo, the intruder or the intruders? uSenzo, uTumelo ne-intruders nalaba bangena.
Yes.
Okay, I think ngiye ngachaza lokho ukuthi i-scuffle nokudemonstrate mhlawumbe i-scuffle into kanjani. Leyo nto ayenzeka phakathi kwaSenzo ulo wesibhamu uTumelo no nalomunye ongizothi number 2 ushuthi uZandi noMakakheli bangala ngakumina kakhulu basha
asibambe lapho. What I'm going to describe now is this scuffle between Senzo, then the person with the firearm, and then Tumelo, and then let me say number 2, and then Zandi and her mother were more on my side, or in other words, where I was. Yeah,
and then ngale iscuffle sabo shuthi kakuqalisana baba bekwenza ngoba kangathi yabo kuyareslisha or something osho kanjalo, but attention yami yayingekho kakhulu kubona ngoba kakhona ingane la engangasho ukuthi attention yami yayikuyona kakhulu.
Okay. And then there was now that scuffle there, and they were here as I'm saying, but my concentration or my attention was not much there. And as the witness demonstrated that they were holding each other, my concentration was now on the child that was here next to me.
Thank you, Mr. Twala. There we go again. You're saying there was a scuffle that was happening between Senzo and Mr. Madala, the first intruder and the second intruder, and so.
Uyaphinda-ke futhi uyasho-ke ukuthi kwakunalesi scuffle esiphakathi kukaSenzo, uTumelo, lona owangena qala nalona owesibili.
Yes. Now I want you to explain exactly that which you saw, which was happening, that which you're referring to as a scuffle, even before you could concentrate on the child.
Ngifuna uchaze bona lokho-ke owakubona lokhu uma ukubiza uthi-ke yi-scuffle ngaphambilini kokuthi nje uconcentrate enganeni.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngeke ngize ngichaze exactly ukuthi kwakwenzakalani ngoba phela ngiyasho ukuthi khona abantu abawu6 phambi kwami, la abawu4 othi angibachaze wena bangale ngasekuqaleni, la abawu2 bangala besifazane. so ngeke ngize ngibone exactly into ayenzeka ukuthi ubani wayibambe kuphi ubani wayenzani, but kakune-scuffle between labo bantu abawu-4 ngibashoyo ngoba le 2 iyayishaya lo owayesinezibhamu kakhulu ngoba uyena wayengala.
I think that I won't be able to tell you exactly or to explain exactly as to what it is that was happening there, because I'm mentioning to you that there were 6 people. The 4 were on the other side, and I won't be able to say who was holding who, where, and what was exactly happening. And the 2 were on this side, that is now on my side, and assaulting the one that was carrying the firearm.
Let me try to follow what you've just said. You're saying you could not see how exactly the scuffle happened between Madlala and Senzo vis-a-vis the first and the second intruder, because there were people who were in front of you who were hitting the first intruder with crutches, which is the reason why you were not able to see what was happening that side.
Ngifuna ke ukulandela noma ukuzwisisa kahle ke lenkulumo yakho noma lokho oqeda ukusho manje ukuthi ke ongaboni kahle ke noma ungaboni ke noma ungaboni kahle lokho okwakwenzeka ngalena ngoba kunalaba abawu2 abalapha phambi kwakho bona bashaya lo ophethe isibhamu.
Engikushoyo ukuthi ngiya kwibuzo wakho and angifuna ukuzibophezela ngawo ngoba uthi wena exactly, so exactly usho ukuthi angisho word to word ukuthi wena uthubone lokhu kanje 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 kanje, so ulo exactly wakho.
What I'm saying is that I am going to your question, or I'm answering your question because your question is exactly. So I don't want to then commit myself, because now when you say exactly, which means I have now to mention or to explain in detail that this happened and that happened and this happened. It's the word exactly.
Maybe it's a choice of words that I use. Let us exclude exactly. What did you see happening when the scuffle happened?
All right. Engibonile ngibone uSenzo, uTumelo, lo number 2, number 1 gunman. uSenzo wayepushana no gunman beya ngasemnyango. uSenzo ngiyacabanga ukuthi wayescufflisha naye ugunman, kodwa naye lo owesibili wayekhona lapho noTumelo futhi was in the midst of leso scuffle leso.
Okay. What I saw was that there was Senzo together. There was Senzo, there was Tumelo, there was number 1 and number 2, and then Senzo was pushing with the gunman towards the door, and then Tumelo and the second one were also in the mix of that scuffle.
Thank you. Maybe before I'm going to miss this one. In the heat of that moment, what did you do?
Kukona konke lokho wenzani wena?
Kulokho kuscafula ngizange ngize involve kona njengoba ngisho ukuthi mina into engayenza ngathatha ingane nje Christian igama layo, ngathatha uChristian ngoba uChristian wayesela ngibona ukuthi ngoba phela kuya kunescafula esenzakalayo la, ngamthatha ngamletha ngaka left wami. So mina at that time priority yami kakususa ingane ngilethe ngala.
I did not partake or involve myself in the scuffle. I then took the child, the name is Christian, and removed the child from this side and put the child on my left.
Thank you. Just another clarification. You say Zandi and the mother were having crutches, both of them.
Would probably get Uzandi no ma crutch.
Yep.
Yes.
And who were they hitting?
Beshaya bani?
Babeshaya uzothi gunman.
I would say the gunman. They were hitting the gunman.
Thank you. Now, in relation to the door, and as the scuffle was happening, where was the gunman facing? I'm talking about the door that goes outside, from the kitchen to the outside. Maybe we will have to take this in relation to the photos that were taken. I think it's photo album number C or whatever.
I think
it's exhibit B. Sorry about that, exhibit B.
No problem.
Thank you. This is photo. Madam, this is photo number 15 on exhibit B. Now, that door, which is marked number 2 there, would that be the door that goes out of the kitchen to the outside?
Number 2, you saw that this coming ngaphandle.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, there's a wrestling that is happening there. Not so?
Yebo.
Yes.
From your observation, who's on the other side of the door, or who's on the door side and who's on this other side of the door? I don't know how to push it, but who's nearer the door than the other one?
Kubona ke lokho kuleyo wrestling leyo ke ubani ongakulahlanga ukuthi icaba ubani ongala.
Before me, I'm looking at photo number 50. Is that, are we all looking at it?
50?
15.
15.
Or is it another photo?
That is so, my God. That's number 15.
Yes.
Yes. Now, can you then explain that wrestling in relation to the photo, who was where and who was where?
Obviously, then is
Let us, I'm going to give you directions or directives. Let us start with the first intruder, the gunman. In relation to the door, where was he?
just ukusho babela ngeke ngize ngichaze ukuthi ubani wayeme kuphi ubani wayeme kuphi ubani wayeme kuphi kodwa bonke labantu engibabalile bonke babela.
All these people that I mentioned were here. I won't say who was exactly where and who was where, but all these people were here where the witnesses pointing out.
So when you say all the witnesses were there, you're referring to the two gunmen, to the gunmen, the first intruder, the second intruder, Tumelo Matala, the deceased, mother and Zandi.
Okay, le enye two umama noZandi ungaba letha ngala kancane. La njengoba ngikhuluma la, ngikhuluma ngoSenzo, uTumelo, gunman no nalomunye sibili. Number 2.
Zandile and her mother, you can bring them to this side, with this side. But the other 4, that is now Senzo, Tumelo, the gunman, and number 2, they were the ones.
Babela.
They were there. The 4.
You saying what about the other two ladies, Zandi and the mother? You say you can bring them nearer? Where?
Bangabaletha ngala shuthi la ngisuka khona mina ibona abantu engangifika kubona kuqala or engibabona kuqala, so they were
okay, you can bring them more closer this side. From where I was coming from, they were the first people that I reached.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what you mean. You just said closer this side. You mean that if I were to use that picture you are looking at, that they would be, would they be reflected in that picture, or would they be more to the downside for them to be reflected?
Uma ukhuluma ngapha asithi nje sisebenzisa isithombe lesi sibonakalayo ne. Uma ngabe sisebenzisa lesi sithombe bezobonakala kulesi sithombe noma bekuzofanele ukuthi mthathe imbe uze la ngenzansi ukuze babonakale bona esithombeni.
Hayi ngathi babengabonakala.
Babengabonakala.
Okay. Babengabonakala.
They would have been reflected.
Okay. And when you say this side, where do you mean? Can you
Uma
point?
uthi ngala kusho kuphi?
Towards ngizothini i-arc or yabo i-fridge nje belila.
See where the fridge
So
is.
but la towards i-arc or i-fridge ngasho kanjalo.
Towards the arc of the
But
fridge.
la nje i-fridge angisho ayina ne-arc angithi nje la towards i-fridge ngoba phela yonke lento yenzeka e-kitchen ngaphakathi.
Let me just say towards the fridge because everything was happening inside the kitchen.
Or stove, yeah, stove lesangithi.
Or the stove.
Stove, yeah.
Or the stove. Or the stove.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, when the first intruder was hit by Zandi and her mom with those crutches, where was he facing? Were they hitting him from the back, with his back against them, or they were hitting him in front when they were actually looking at each other?
Ngathi uZandile noma wakhe bemshaya lona ke ophethe isibamba bamshaya eze ngomhlanje bona noma bamshaya ebabhekile.
Ayi angisakhumbuli kahle.
I can't remember where.
When they hit him, were the people who were between him and those that were hitting him. In other words, when they were hitting him with these crutches, were the people that were there between the person that was being hit and these two ladies?
Ngathi bemshaya ke bamshaya ukhona abantu yini abaphakathi kwabo ababashayayo nalo oshaywayo bakhona yini abantu abaphakathi kwabo njengoba bamshaya kuyena nje babhekene naye noma bemshaya nje yibona ukhona noma bakhona abantu abalapho bese kuba uyena.
Hayi angiboni kakhona abantu phakathi mina mkhuba ngiboni kakhona abantu ngoba phela kube bemshaya kanje ukuthi babezomshaya kanje so angiboni kakhona abantu.
No, I don't see or I don't think that there were people between them and him because if that was the case then they would have assaulted him like this. I don't think that there were people.
Mr. Twala, we don't want what you think. We want to hear what you saw.
Asikufuni ke ocabangayo kodwa sifuna owakubona.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi umbuzo nguphendula kanjalo. Wena ufuna ngiphendule ngithini ngithi ngibone understand ke la ngoba indlela la ungibuza ngayo yenza ukuthi ngiphendule indlela engiphendula.
I'm answering you based on how you are asking me and I think that I have answered the question.
You're saying you think, you don't think that there could have been people between the one that was being assaulted and the one that and those that were assaulting. That sounds like you're not sure. You think.
Yebo.
So which is the reason why I'm saying to you, we don't want to hear what you're thinking, because that's an opinion. We want to hear what you saw.
Asikufuni ke njengoba kuthi wena ke angiboni ngoba lolo uvo lolo kodwa sifuna owakubona.
Ngisho kanjalo ke angazi.
No, if you say so, I don't know then.
Angifuni ukuphendula into ngibe ngithi I think. Bese ufuna mhlawumbe ngithi wayekhona or wayengekho ngithi that's the question that you want to answer ifunayo le.
I don't want to answer the question and say I think, whereas you want me to say there was or there wasn't, because that is the answer that you are looking for.
We have just said you don't know. What is it that you do not know?
Angithi uthi wena kulina ngibe ngibuza umbuzo uthi you don't want ngithi mina kuwena angiboni ukuthi kakhona abantu awayekhona between uZandi no gunman ngoba ngize ngiyachaza ukuthi ngoba uqhubeka kanjalo shuthi lowo muntu ngoba phela khona umuntu wayebasithi shuthi bayizomshaya kanje ngize ngiyakudescribe so when uthi you don't want me to think so manje mangifuna mhlawumbe ukuthi ngize ngithi mina akekho umuntu wayekhona or wayekhona umuntu wayekhona angeke ngize ngikwazi ukusho lokho ngoba ngikhumbule.
I won't be able to answer you exactly in the manner in which you want me to, because you want me to say yes there was someone or there wasn't, because I don't remember. So hence I said when I answered you that I don't think there was, because if that was the case then they would have lifted or raised their hands and hit him like this. Hence, I'm saying that I don't think that there was someone or there were people between them.
So in essence, you don't remember how this assault took place. Actually, how the two ladies assaulted the first intruder with those crutches.
Kahle kahle okushoyo ukuthi you say you don't remember. Awukhumbuli ukuthi laba babili besifazane ke uZandile noma wakhe ukuthi lo bamshaya kanjani
with those crutches.
ngalawo makhrashi lawo.
Ngiyakhumbula lokho phela bengize kushite ngayikhumbula.
I remember that because I'm going
ukuthi wamshaya babemshaya ngama-crashes. Umbuzo wakho obuzayo kumina uthi ngiyakhumbula insika khona umuntu phakathi nendawo. So referring to umuntu phakathi nendawo ikona ke la ngithi khona angikhumbuli kahle kodwa kumshaya ngama-crashes bamshaya.
I do because I would not have said if I didn't remember it. Hence, but then the point is with regard to your question, where you're asking whether there was someone in between them, that is now the ones that were hitting and the one that was being hit.
Thank you. My lord, just realized I've been alerted that it could be an opportune time to take an adjournment for for lunch. May I therefore request that you adjourn for lunch?
And we'll be back at 2.
Normally, yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
We were at a point where you had just indicated that you cannot explain how the first intruder was hit by the two ladies with the crutches. It's just a recalling.
Ngiyakhumbula nje ukuthi besila khona ke usho ukuthi angeke ukwazi ukuthi lo woqala washaya kanjani omama laba babili.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, you said in that squeamishness, you then were next to Christian, and you took him and you put him on your left-hand side, not so?
Uthi ke kubona konke lokho wawuseduze ko-Christian wase umsusa ke la ayekhona wambeka ku side lapho left.
Yebo.
Yes.
Was he still in the kitchen?
Kwenzeke kitchen lokho.
Cha.
No.
Kitchen.
Not in the kitchen.
Where did you find Christian?
Mthola ko Christian
Now the ark.
next to the ark.
And where did you take him to?
Wamusa ko.
On the left hand side, we are sitting room.
On the left hand side as you go towards the sitting room.
Thank you. And then immediately after, what did you do?
Kwase emuva kwalokho wenzani?
Emva kwalokho phela ngesikhathi kwase kuqhuma isibhamu.
Thereafter it was in a matter of no time the firearm went off.
Thank you. Now, when the firearm went off, were you in the ark, were you in the sitting room, or were you in the kitchen?
Use ukwi-ark, ukwi-sitting room, use-kitchen.
Ngingasho ukuthi kwi-ark.
I would say the
Ngisho
ark.
njalo ngisho kwi-ark.
Let me say so, the ark.
Thank you. And who is in the kitchen?
Ubani use-kitchen.
Engimkhumbulayo kaku uZandi Khumalo mawakhe uSenzo Mufi lo ayiphethe isibhamu gunman uTumelo na lo
You were a bit too fast for me. You said it was Zandi, her mother,
Yes.
Tumelo.
The
Yes.
deceased. The one with the firearm as well as the tall one.
By the tall one, to whom are you referring?
The second guy.
So, all in all, how many people were there? In the kitchen, in the kitchen.
Yes.
How many people were there, all in all?
How many?
How many people were there in the kitchen, all in all? I'm not shouting, I'm just trying to make you understand. You know? Don't confuse that I'm shouting, I'm just trying to make you understand because you say I should come again. So I've said who were in the kitchen, and then you mentioned their name. So now I want the number. Yes.
Kumina babe u6 ngibakhumbulayo.
To me, there were 6 that I can recall.
Thank you. Now let's go to photo 16, photo number 15. I think it's exhibit B, the earlier photo that we were busy with. Now, in relation to this photo, photo number 15. Now, in relation to photo number 15, how are these six people positioned in there?
Masibheka ke lesi sithombe lesi labantu abawu6 laba ke sikhuluma ngabo babeme kanjani masibheke isithombe lesi.
Let us start with the first intruder, the gunman. Where was he?
Bela.
He was here.
Thank you. Where was the deceased?
Mufi.
Nayo Bela.
He was also there.
Where was the second intruder?
Naye futhi
He was also here.
Where was Zandi?
Zandi ngala.
Zandi is this side.
Now, Zandi is the person, is one of the ladies who had crutches, not so?
Yebo.
Thank you. And can you please repeat, where was she?
Somewhere ngala.
Somewhere here.
Okay. Where was the mother?
Akakude noZandi.
Wasn't far from Zandi.
Now, who did I not mention? The deceased? Where was the deceased?
You mentioned
Or
the
did I mention the deceased? Now, who's the sixth one? What?
the tall guy, I think.
I said that was the second intruder.
Oh, shoot to Tumelo.
Means it's too many.
Thank you. That's Mr. Madlala. Where was Mr. Madlala?
He was also here.
Now you are here.
Oh, gosh, so you're saying all the people were just stuck there?
Babela, kitchen.
They were here in the kitchen, yes.
You know exactly where you're pointing. You're pointing to the right hand side of the kitchen where there's a yellow mark there. Next to where there's a yellow mark. And you're saying all the people were clustered there. Is that so?
As I'm saying.
But earlier on you said, when the very same photo was depicted or was shown, earlier on you said the two women were at a position that is not visible on that, or were at a point that is not visible on that photo. Is that not what you said earlier on? Is that what you said?
Yes, we are right.
He's right what he's saying, but what you are saying I will have a problem with, because I did not say which they were in a place where it's not visible. I even made reference to if rich and stove.
But again,
so I did not
what
say.
You are saying, I even made reference of pointed to the fridge as well as the stove.
Ukuthi bona babe ningalapho uZandi noma wakhe, hayi ukuthi babe ngabonakali.
Not that they were not visible. Let's just rectify that mistake.
I can proceed, madam. Yes. That is exactly what you said. You said the two ladies were next to the fridge when the rest of the gentlemen, I call them gentlemen, were on the other side, on the other side of the photo where there's a yellow mark there. But now when I'm asking you, how many people were in the kitchen? You said 6. And I'm saying to you, where were they? Then all of a sudden, all of them are just next to the mark there.
My Lord,
that yellow mark.
Sorry, my Lord, the court will correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Because I interpreted this. Maybe Mr. Mnisi had Babenga Bonakala. That's what the witness, I remember him saying, Babenga Bonakala, they could have been visible. I remember that vividly, my Lord. Not that Babenga Bonakali, Babenga Bonakala. I remember, I interpreted it, my Lord. Maybe just to assist Mr. Mnisi. Because even if you could go to the court, I'm saying what I interpreted.
Yes.
Babenga Bonakala. They could have been seen or they could have been visible. I remember interpreting that myself.
No, that's not the gist of my question. It is. The witness said, although Babenga Bonakala, but they were just next to the fridge, but this other side, not so.
No. Even said, my God.
I said to you, I made reference to the fridge. I even said, is that a stove? That's a stove. I remember what I said. So when Namanja right now you are saying Nina,
you are now saying that I said that they were here at the fridge. No.
Thank you. Be that as it may, Now you're saying all of these people were clustered at the place that you just indicated now.
Manje uthi-ke bonke labantu laba babequdeni noma babehlanganyelene khona kuleya ndawo le oqeda ikhombisa manje.
Yes, kulezinye indawo lengishoyo ngoba phela ngeke ngize ngibe accurate ukuthi ubani kodwa ngiyachaza ukuthi babe la. Ngale ka kunabo Senzo Tumelo number 1 number 2 and then ngala akukhona uZandi noma kaZandi engibakhumbulayo.
Yes.
So umuthi clustered angazi namhlanje ngoba ngifunda ngenye igama lithi clustered part.
Yes, although I won't be exact or precise, but the witness then pointed that side towards the side of the door and said it was Tumelo, the deceased, number 1 and number 2, and then pointed to this side and said it was Zandile and her mother. But then if you mention the word clustered, maybe I am interpreting the word clustered in a different manner.
Thank you, Mr. Twala.
Yes, sir.
Then, according to your testimony, soon after you heard the sound of the firearm, you also dashed out of the house. In other words, you ran out of the house.
Utege uma seuzwa isibhamu siqhuma waphuma endlini.
Yep.
Yes.
Where were you from?
Usuka kuphi?
Ngisuka ngala.
From this side. This side.
Not far from the ark.
Not
If
far.
I valley ark, but ngisuka ngakhona.
Not far from the ark, it's just that the ark is not depicted on the picture, but I was from that side.
Right, and as you were heading towards the door, what happened?
Uthe uma usuya-ke ngasemnyango kwenzakalani?
Or let me put it this way. As you were taking the first step to run through that door, what happened? Can you please explain?
Noma uthe uma usuthatha istep sokuqala-ke ukuthi uyophuma-ke ngomnyango kwase kwenzakalani?
Ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathi mangiphuma ngomnyango ngigijima mina ngiphuma. USenzo wayengathi uza ngala ngaphambana naye. Ukuthi ngaphambana kuphi-ke naye anginayisho but ngaphambana naye. Ngaphuma yena eza towards inside lasefridge. Phuma ngaphandle.
I remember that as I ran towards the door, our paths, my path and Senzo's paths crossed. I don't know where exactly, but he was coming towards this side of the fridge.
So it's only Senzo that you're crossing path with. In other words, you're going to the other direction, is coming to the other direction. Is that what you're saying?
Engikhumbulayo
What I remember.
engikhumbulayo mina engambona. Angisho ukuthi abanye abakwenza but engikhumbulayo.
I'm not saying that the others didn't do it, but the person that I remember.
That is my next question. What was the position of the other people? Those other 5 that we have mentioned, that they were also there. At the place that you say, I shouldn't use the word cluster.
Bekuzoba umbuzo wami-ke olandelayo ukuthi abanye-ke abawu-5 laba angithi bebe-6 bebonke abantu babalini manje uma uSenzo yena-ke uphambana naye abanye laba abawu-5 bona-ke bekuzoba umbuzo olandelayo ukuthi bona-ke kwakwenzekani nabo.
Hayi angibonanga kahle ngibonanga bonke kwakwenzakalani.
I didn't see clearly as to what was happening.
Were they still there?
Babeselapho
Ngesikhathi ngiphuma mina.
at the time when I was going out.
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yebo.
Yes.
Bakuhlukana kahle kahle. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi isibhamu sasiqhuma phela sasithusa wonke umuntu kuhlukana. So babebaleka ngendlelahlapha abantu ababaleka ngayo njengoba nami ngangibaleka ngiphuma.
We were going our separate ways. The firearm had just went off, so people then went separate ways. Were running as I was also running my way.
Thank you, but you can't exactly tell whether some of them went through the door and some went into the rooms. That you can't tell. So,
Ukuthi-ke abanye nabo baphuma ngalo mnyango abanye baye emarumini angekusho.
Ngingakusho ukuthi imini engaphuma ngomnyango. Imini engaphuma kuqala umnyango.
I would say that I was the one who went out through the door, or I was the first one to go out through the door.
So kulabantu ababekhona ekitchen akekho waphuma kuqala kunami. Imini engaphuma kuqala emnyangweni.
Amongst the people that were in the kitchen, no one went out of the door before me. I was the first one to go out of the door.
so when you went throughout the door, or when you went out of the door,
Yes sir.
the gunman was still around the place which you have indicated today.
Wayesekhona laphayana ugunman kathi wena uphuma-ke ngomnyango wayesekhona laphayana ugunman kuleya ndawo leya uyikhombile.
Ngingasho ukuthi yes wayesakhona.
I would say
Ngoba ngamshiya ngaphakathi endlini.
I would say yes, he was still there because I left him inside the house.
And when you went out, he never said anything to you.
Uma uphuma akazange asho lutho kuwe.
Cha akazange asho lutho.
No, he didn't say anything.
That goes to the second intruder.
Nalo wesibili futhi.
Lo wesibili akashongo lutho kodwa waphuma emva kwami.
The second one didn't say anything, but he went out after me.
Thank you. Now, say in essence, it is your testimony that the second intruder never set his foot in the dining room.
Ubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi lo wesibili yena ke akazange ayofika noma ayabeke unyawo lakhe e-dining room.
Ngesikhathi mina ngisakhona.
At the time when I was still there, no.
Yes, thank you. I mean exactly from the time at which you realized that there was a stranger in the house, you went on to realize that there was a second stranger up until you ran out.
Yebo ngisho kona lokho ke ngathi ubona ukuthi kunomuntu ongenile endlini kwaze kwayisikhathi ubona futhi ukuthi ukhona wesibili kwaze kwayoba isikhathi futhi usuphuma ngaphandle ukuthi ngaso sonke leso sikhathi akazange ayofika e-dining room.
Hayi, azange aze ngasesitting room.
No, he never came towards the sitting room.
And it is further on your firm testimony that the person that Sizwe, that the person that Senzo confronted in the sitting room was the gunman.
Usho futhi ukuthi ke umuntu uSenzo aya kuyena e-dining room kwaku gunman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I understand you went to the neighbors and come back and everything. When you came back, Senzo was already injured. Then you realized that Senzo was injured, not so.
Sibeke ukuthi uhambibeke waya kumakhelwane wabuya futhi uma sebuya ilesikhathi ke uSenzo usuthola ukuthi uSenzo limele.
Thank you. Then you were then requested to attend a session for a compilation of an identity kit before Mrs. eNCA, not so.
Wase ubizwa ke ukuthi uye la khona kuyodwetshwa khona ke noma lokuthiwa i-identity kit ngaphambi kwakhe ke uMiss or Mrs. eNCA.
Yeah, ngathi ngiyakhumbula lokho.
Yes, I think I recall that.
You probably might not remember the date, not so?
Mhlambe i-date ungangayikhumbuli nje.
Thank you. Where is my thing now?
You said it was with Mrs. Who?
That was before Mrs. Amanda Steenkamp, Warrant Officer Steenkamp. Mrs. Steenkamp is I think this has already been introduced as Exhibit J, man. I'm referring to Exhibit J. The date of the completion of this identity kit is noted here as the 29th of December 2014. Yes. And it was held at Umlazi Simelane Road. You should remember that. No? There's an address here, Witness Mtogozi Sitwala, Simelane Road, Umlazi. Is that the place where you come in?
Yes, address.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Address.
I'm sorry. I thought this is just a normal trial as we used to normal trials. I'm sorry about that.
I think we are referring to Soweto.
But be that as it may,
The witness says he thinks we are referring to Soweto.
yes. Now you remember, it was done in Soweto. Yeah, I'm sorry about what just happened now. Thank you. Now, you will agree with me that all the information that Ms. Steenkamp had in trying to compile this identity kit was information that came from you.
Uzovuma ke ukuthi yonke imininingwane noma information ke Mrs. Steenkamp ayibhalile lana ke noma information ephume kuwena.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula siba nayo.
Yes,
Session nayo.
yes, I remember having a session with her.
Thank you. You told her that you did not know this person, but he was of a medium brown complexion.
Washo ke ukuthi umuntu lona ongamazi ke kodwa ke uma umchaza ke i-complexion yakhe ukuthi medium brown.
Yebo ngakusho lokho.
Yes, I can say that.
You further estimated the age of this person as between 29 to 32 years.
Wase uthi futhi ke ne-age yakhe we estimate ukuthi phakathi ko-29 no-32 years.
Yebo ngakusho lokho.
Yes, I can say that.
You further on went to tell her that this person, the part of his eye that is supposed to be white, his was red.
Washo nokuthi ke la elisweni noma ilihlo leli lakhe ke la bakufanele ukuthi limhlophe khona ke libomvu noma la libomvu.
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngiyakuzwa.
Although I can't remember well, but I hear you.
Now we're talking about the gunman. Not so.
Yes,
The description of the gunman.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, kodwa ngithi yebo manje.
Let me say yes for now.
I don't understand.
It's
You've been
yes.
saying yes,
I'm
yes,
saying
yes,
yes.
and then all of a sudden you come and say yes for now.
Ngithi angithi yebo.
Let me say yes. Proceed.
Mr. Twala, let me bring the following to your attention. You know, you do not make the work of the state easier with that approach, because at the end of it all, maybe you did not know this, probably the state did also not explain this to you, because at the end of it all, the state is going to be called upon to come and demonstrate to this court why should your testimony be regarded as reliable.
Awenzi lula ke mhlasimbe ke noma mhlambe ke akusiyona into lena umshushisi akutshelile yona ke kodwa ke ngendlela owenza ngayo ke awenzi ukuthi umsebenzi wakhe umshushisi ube lula ngoba ke egcineni kwabo konke lokhu umshushisi ke kuzofanele enze izethulo enkantolo atshele lenkantolo ukuthi kungani kufanele ukuthi ubufakazi bakho ubone nanjengobufakazi inkantolo engabethemba.
Do you understand?
Uyakuzwa lokho?
Do you understand? Do you understand? Mr. Twala, do you understand?
Uyangizwa na?
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
Thank you. Now, things such as, I may say yes for now, I may say what now. I think I should only be fair to you as a witness that's under cross-examination to also bring this important information to you.
Ngicabanga ukuthi ke nanjengofakazi ke kufanele ukuthi nje ngibefe kuwena ukuthi lokho ngikwazisi noma ngikutshele.
Thank you. You went on to tell Ms. Steenkamp that the white side of this person's, that the white part of this person's eye that is supposed to be white, but his was red.
Washo ke ukuthi le ndawo lena ke kwihlo lakhe kwakufanele ukuthi imhlophe yayingekho mhlophe yayibomvu.
Yebo.
Yes.
You also told her that this person had cheekbones,
Washo
high cheekbones. I'm sorry, Mr. Jonas. High cheekbones.
Yes. Washo ke ukuthi futhi unama cheekbones ke aphakeme noma high.
Yebo.
Yes.
You also told Ms. Steenkamp that that the language that this person used was Zulu stroke Sotho.
Wase umtshela ke uMr Steenkamp ukuthi lo muntu ulimi alisebenzisa wathi isiZulu stroke Sotho.
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you confirm that?
Uyavuma lokho?
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
You also told Mr. Steenkamp that this person had a weapon which you identified as an old revolver.
Washo-ke ku-Mr. eNCA ukuthi lo muntu lona wayenesikhali kuyena-ke wena-ke isikhali leso owasichaza nanjenge-revolver endala. Yes, I hear you, although I can't remember well, but yes.
When you say you hear me, I'm only saying what is written here. As the information that was discovered to us by the state, which information you narrated to Mrs. Steenkamp to assist her to compile this identity kit. Among that information, you said this person had a weapon which you described as an old revolver.
Uthi-ke ukufundela-ke okubhalwe phansi-ke imininingwane lebonaka abayinikwe umshushisi okwabhalwa phansi uyena-ke uMr. eNCA ukuthi yakhumbula ukuthi wayephethe isikhali leso sikhali leso kwakuyi-revolver endala.
Hayi angikhumbuli ngithi revolver endala. Angiyazi ukuthi revolver endala into enjani.
I don't remember saying an old revolver. I don't even know what kind of a thing an old revolver is.
So you're basically saying this information is faulty. You know what you told her.
Iphutha leliya.
Njengoba ngisho nje ukuthi angikhumbuli ngimtshela ukuthi it's an old revolver. Ngoba i-old revolver ngazi ukuthi ngizothi old revolver into enjani.
As I am saying that, I can't remember telling her that it was an old revolver because I don't even know what kind of a thing an old revolver is.
Mr. Twala, you know when you say you can't revolver, there's supposed to, you can't remember. There's a possibility that you might have told her, but now you have forgotten.
Uma uthi-ke awukhumbulike kungenzeka-ke ukuthi wamtshela ukuthi nje manje usukhohlile.
Is that what you're trying to say?
The possibility futhi ukuthi angimtshelanga kodwa yena wakubhala.
There is also a possibility that I didn't mention it to, or I didn't tell her, but she wrote it.
That's not what I'm asking you. Are you saying because you're saying you don't remember? Is there a possibility that you could have told her, but now you have forgotten that you told her?
Engikubuza kona-ke ukuthi ingabe kungenzeka yini noma kunale possibility yini ukuthi wamtshela ukuthi nje manje awukhumbuli?
No.
No.
So it's a firm answer that you never said that this person had a weapon and it was an old revolver.
So usho-ke manje ngesiqinisekiso ukuthi awuzange usho wena-ke ukuthi i-revolver endala.
Yebo into engizoyikhumbula leyo.
Yes, that's something I would have remembered.
So you never said it?
Awukazi ukusho.
Angikhumbuli ngikusho.
I don't remember saying it.
Did you say it or you did not say it?
Wakusho awuzange ukusho.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi angikhumbuli ngikusho futhi angikushongo.
As I say, I don't remember saying it, which means I never said it.
Thank you, Mr. Twala.
Thank you, sir.
Mark my warning to you. I said, mark my warning, what I said earlier on to you about the task that lies ahead with respect of the state.
Ngiyacela ukukhumbula lokho engikushilo-ke kuwena ukuthi umshushisi-ke egcineni ubhekene nani emsebenzini wakhe.
Thank you. You further told her that you could only remember a hoodie, but you can't remember the color.
Remember?
A hoodie.
Oh, okay. Okunye futhi owakusho-ke kuyena ukuthi i-hoodie uyayikhumbula ukuthi nje umbala wayo awukhumbuli.
Ngingakusho lokho.
I can say that, yes.
This one you remember.
Lokho uyakhumbula.
Yebo ngikhumbula lokho.
Yes, I remember
Khona
that.
vele.
Because it is so.
The firearm was there as well.
Nesibhamu naso sasikhona.
But angeke uzungiforce ukuthi ngikhumbule isibhamu vele.
But you can't force me to remember the firearm.
Thank you. Beyond this identity kit
Yes.
that you assisted Mrs. Steenkamp to compile, you also attended an identification parade at Phosphorus as well, where you did not identify anyone, not so?
Ngale kwala identity ke owawulekelela uMr. eNCA kuyona-ke ukuthi ayidwebe wase uya futhi-ke nakwi-ID parade eyayise Phosphorus kodwa lapho akunamuntu owamkhomba.
Just it is correct. I say cheap, I think, but they are going to obtain. I say cheap, not a first loras.
Just to correct you, it was in JP, not in first orders, but I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
What did you do? What happened in GP?
I think he is referring to the first ID parade that I attended.
Ukuthi ukhuluma nge-ID parade yokuqala ke engaya kuyona.
Yes,
Okay.
where you did not identify anyone.
La ungazama ukhombe umuntu khona.
Yep.
Yes.
There was a second identification parade that you also attended at Peter Marisbeck, where you, is that correct?
Kune-SBB ke i-ID parade waya kuyona ku-Peter Marisbeck.
Yebo.
Yes.
And at this identification parade, you saw a person who had similar features to those features that the gunman had.
Kulena ke noma kuleyo ke eyase-Peter Marisbeck i-ID parade wabona khona umuntu onama-feature asimilar noma afanayo ke nalawo ka-gunman.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, this person would have been of a medium brown complexion.
Umuntu loyo ke esothi ke masimchaza ke kwakuwumuntu onale complexion ke medium brown.
Yebo.
Yes.
Thank you.
You said that person had features which looked like whose features?
Kuthi kwa umuntu onama features afana nakabani?
Oh, I think he said the gunman.
Ngicabanga ukuthi uthe ugunman.
Okay. Yes.
The person in fact, one of the description that you gave to Mrs. Steenkamp was that the person, the gunman, had dreadlocks, had dreadlocks, not so.
Inye yezinto ke omchaza ngayo ke lo muntu ku Miss Steenkamp ukuthi wayena dreadlocks.
Yebo.
Yes.
Although you were not so sure whether his dreadlocks were covering his whole head, because you could only see their protrusions where his hoodie ended or was ending. You're not so sure whether his dreadlocks were covering his whole head.
Noma ngabe nje wawungenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi lama dreadlocks akhe ke ama dreadlocks agcwele ikhanda lonke ngoba wena wabona nje kuphela la ayevelile la isiqoko noma kwehoodie.
Yebo, it's right.
Yes, on the head, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Twala, the state will be calling further witnesses in the matter to come and put their version of how they saw this incident unfolding. And I'm going to tell you what is it that they will come and tell this court.
Umshushisi mseqhubeka ke eyaphambili necala leli uzobiza ke abanye ofakazi abazoza ke la enkantolo bezochaza ukuthi bona ke babona kanjani ngokwenzeka kwalesehlakalo lesi. Ngizochazela ke ukuthi bazofika bazothini.
As it please the court, my lord. Now, one of those witnesses is Longwe Twala.
Omunye ke walabo ofakazi Longwe Twala.
No, I'm sorry. It's Zandile Kumana.
Uzandile Kumana.
You had mentioned that all along Zandile was part of the witnesses who was in the house, not so.
Ushilo ke ukuthi uZandile omunye wabantu ababekhona endlini nangithi.
Yebo.
Yes.
This is what should come and tell this court in respect of how this incident happened.
Yilokhu ke azofika azokutshela lenkantolo ngokuthi kwenzeka kanjani lokho.
Is it please the court, my lord? I'm just assisting my colleagues here because they are asking what statement will I be referring to.
Are you referring to a statement that is already an exhibit?
No, my lord, no. Actually, this procedure does not even allow that this statement should form part of the exhibits. Now, this is what Zandile would come and tell the court. She would say, Longwe, she would basically say that there's a suspect who came into the house and he was wielding a firearm in the sitting room where you were seated. No, I'll not be reading from the statement.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to paraphrase it.
Alright.
Yeah.
Uthi-ke kuno suspect-ke noma kunomuntu owangena-ke e-sitting room lana anihlezi khona-ke ephethe isibhamu engasiphathanga nje isibhamu kodwa-ke emuva nje isibhamu esiwilda.
Then Longwe jumped towards that suspect and pushed him aside.
Wase uLongwe jumpa-ke jumpela kuyona leyo msola leyo wase emphushela eceleni.
And Longwe went out of the house.
Waphuma-ke uLongwe ngaphandle.
Then Kelly ran to the bedroom, which was next to the kitchen, and the second suspect followed her.
Wase uKelly ebaleka-ke eya kwikamera eliseduze nasekitchen, lo wesibili-ke umsolwa wase emlandela.
And then Kelly closed the door, and the suspect tried to open the door. But
Wase
he
uKelly
couldn't.
vala-ke isitapha wazama-ke umsolwa ukuthi asivule.
Is this how you also saw the incident, or is this how this incident panned out?
Ingaba indlela nawe owayibona ngayo noma indlela ekwenzeka ngayo?
You said Kelly ran to her?
No, that?
You said Kelly ran
Well, she,
to where?
she ran to a bedroom that was next to the kitchen.
Yes.
What's your comment?
Uthini Clock?
Ngicela ungakhomenti ngento eshiwo uZandi. uZandi akeze yena la azohlala la ngihleli khona.
I'm making a request not to comment on what Zandi had said. Let Zandi come here, sit where I am seated, and answer for herself.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Twala, when you say you don't want to comment or you request not to comment about what Zandi is saying, that sounds to me like what she's saying here is true. Therefore, we've got nothing to gainsay it.
Uma ngabe uthi ucela ungakhomenti kwinto eshiwo uZandi, mina-ke ungathi uthi lo khiyana kubhalwe laphayana ke kuyiqiniso, ngakho-ke akukho onako wena ongakusho ukuphikisa kona lo khiyana.
I think leso statement sakho si-unfair kumina ngoba engikushoyo mina uyakwazi ukuthi ukuphikise kodwa ufuna mina ngivume ukushiwo uZandi, angeke ngize ngikwazi ukwenza lokho. Mina ubuza mina.
Okay, I think that statement is unfair to me because when I say something, you are able to dispute that. Now you want me to confirm what was said or what is being said by Zandi.
By uZandi. So lokho ngeke ngikwazi ukwenza unless mina ngibuza umbuzo direct kumina nento ebonwe yimina ngizokuphendula ukuthi uZandi ubonile wena uzobe usubiza uZandi ngoba egcineni kuzoba la uzonto mase la uzoba nento ezokusimphikisa kuyona lo uzofuna mina ngivume manje. That
is unfair to me because I am saying that which I saw. and then Zandi will come here, give a testimony, and then you will then have the opportunity to dispute whatever it is with her. Now you want me to admit to that, which maybe she would come here and the dispute.
Mr. Twala, that is a court procedure. That's a court procedure. You either say yes, that is how it panned out, or the information that I've just indicated to you, according to your observation, it did not happen the way in which I've indicated to you. It's simple. Not this long, winding, and necessary explanation.
Indlela ke ama ekwenziwa ngayo ke enkantolo ukuthi uzothi yebo kwenzeka kanjalo ngiyavumelana ngakho noma cha ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo lapha yana akusiyona ke indlela engiyaziyo akusiyona ke indlela ekwenzeka ngayo hayi lokhu okudeke okucacisayo.
I'm basically saying to you, I'm not saying to you confirm or don't confirm. I'm saying to you, is this the way in which, according to your own observation, how this incident panned out or how this incident happened?
Angithi kuvume angithi kuphikiseke ongikubuzayo kuwena ukuthi ngale ndlela ebhalwe ngayo noma asho ngayo uZandi lapha kulesi statement ukuthi wena ke indlela ke ekwenzeka ngayo indlela owabona ngayo yini ngaphi.
Well, I think in all fairness to the witness in earlier on in cross-examination answered that Kelly Kumalo was standing when the first armed robber entered, the one who was armed with a firearm, and he said it appears that Kelly Kumalo went in through a particular door. He didn't take much notice of Kelly Kumalo. I think the witnesses already mentioned that he didn't take much notice of what Kelly Kumalo was doing.
My Lord, that is an unfortunate objection, a very unfortunate objection, because the state is now saying to the court, Mr. Witness, say this. He's giving an answer on behalf of this witness. I'm only requesting this witness to comment. If it is this witness's answer that I've already said that in my earlier testimony, this witness would have said that. This witness says, I beg not to comment. I brought to his attention, what does I don't want to comment mean? Then the state comes up and says, you know what, in order to salvage the plight that this witness is facing, let me come up with this explanation. It's very irregular, my Lord.
And when he said he has no comment, what was your response?
My response was, if he says he's got no comment, that would simply mean it could be that this incident happened in the manner in which I've sketched it out to him, or it did not happen out the way in which I've sketched it up to him.
Is that not again what he says he has no comment about?
Excuse me, my Lord?
Is that not again what he says he has no comment about what you think of his answer?
No, my Lord. He says, I cannot be forced to come and dispute what Zandi is saying. He must come here on his own, on her own, and come and confirm. In fact, Zandi must come here and state his own side of the story. That is how this incident actually panned out.
Yes, and what is your next question to that?
My next question to that is, Mr. Twan, that is not how it happens in court. In court, you requested to comment on, I am requesting you, and procedure allows it, I am requesting you to comment on this. Did this happen the way in which I'm sketching it out to you, or it did not?
What?
Then the state stands up, as it does now. The state stands up and feed words into this accused person, into this witness. Highly irregular. And the court should not allow it.
As a court, please, I think my learned friend is misunderstanding the objection. You put it to the witness that if the witness doesn't comment, then it can be inferred that what Zandi is saying is true. And we're saying, in fact, that point, firstly, it must be left for argument, but we're saying there will be no room for such inference because that's already what is on record. So we're suggesting, my lord, that perhaps is a point that can best be left for argument. God please.
I'm noticing that most of these kind of hiccups are happening when after you ask a question and he has an answer which you seemingly do not find to be the best answer he can give, and then you revisit, and it causes us to wind on one point. I think if he says he has no comment, and you say that has consequences, don't we move on? Do we go and repeat the same question to the witness again?
Malora said, in the level of fairness, let me explain to him what other level I do not comment might mean. That is exactly what I did. That's when they stood up and said, well, the witness has already testified to that. Zandi said this, Kelly, what, and all those things. But be that as it may, my lord.
Yeah.
So the court is ruling that this witness's final answer to the question that I'm asking him is that this witness does not have a comment.
I never said I'm making a ruling. You and Mr. With the prosecutor,
yes,
are having a tiff about the comment you made to him.
Yes.
And Mr. Baloyi is saying that will not be a fair comment to make to this. And that is when I came in to say, does it not entail what he has already said he has no comment about? He said, no, definitely no. You feel that he should answer to the comment you have made.
I did not get that, my lord. The court is saying that I feel that this witness must answer the way in which I want
he should
me
respond
to answer.
No. He should respond to the comment you have made.
Yes.
Isn't it you commented about what he said, and you said
yes.
Your comment is that it has consequences.
Yes.
It may lead to inferences.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is what Mr. Baloyi felt is an unfair comment to make to this witness.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah. That is what led us to this impasse that we are having now. Now I am saying the problem is
yes.
that I'm noticing is that when this kind of things happen, the witness will have already said no comment,
yes.
but you have an opinion about no comment. In other words, you are dragging him back to what he has already said he has no comment about. That's all I'm saying.
So which is why then I'm saying, my lord, then at the end of it all, then the court is saying, because of the fact that this witness said does not have a comment, and I keep on dragging him back to the comment thing, then the court is saying, but this witness has already said his final answer is that it does not have a comment.
Yeah, I'm saying I heard him say he has no comment about it. He said he has no comment about it.
Yes.
And then you gave him your inference.
Yes.
And that is where the impasse is coming. I'm saying, can't we, if you want to put a further question, can't you put a further question? I never said I want to make a ruling about it.
As it please the court, my lord. Thank you. I understand. Mr. Twala.
Yes, sir.
I do understand when you say don't have a comment on what Zandi, on the first portion of what I read to you, on what Zandi will come into this court.
Ngiyakuzwa uma ngabe uthi awuna comment ke kulokho kokuqala ke ekushiwo uZandi.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then Zandi will still further come and tell this court that herself, I can't see properly, where am I? Then Zandi will still further say that myself, meaning herself, Senzo Mtoko, that's you, not so.
When I'm talking it.
Yebo.
Yes.
Madala, the mother, that's Mrs. Kumalo, went to the first suspect who was carrying the firearm, and they pushed him towards the kitchen door, and then you pushed him towards the kitchen door.
Lana-ke uyaqhubeka uZandi uthi yena uma wakhe uMakhubalo uSenzo Mthoko wena noTumelo nase niya nonke-ke kulo wokuqala-ke owayephethe isibhamu namphusha-ke nimphushela ngasona isicabha sasekitchen.
Yebo, ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I hear you.
Your comment?
Uthi no comment.
Don't have a comment. Thank you. Now, maybe on the last aspect of what Zandile here is saying. Zandile is saying there was a point at which Kelly ran into a bedroom and the suspect, the second suspect, that's now the tall guy, chased him. Did you see that or not?
Kokugcina-ke kulokhu okushiwo uZandile. uZandile uthi kunala khona-ke uKelly wahamba wayongena-ke kukamelo elithize. Wase lo wesibili-ke omude umsolwa-ke uyamlandela. Wakubona lokho noma zange ukubona?
Ngibona.
I didn't see it.
Thank you. Were you a participant in the pushing of the gunman, the first intruder, when he was being pushed to the kitchen?
Wawuyingxenye yini nkathi-ke kuphushwa ugunman ephushela khona ekitchen?
Cha.
No.
Now you have a comment. You never participated. Thank you. That's according to you. I'm not saying that is true or not, but that is according to you. That's what Zandi is saying. Thank you.
Uthi-ke akathi uthi-ke into nje leyo eshiwo uZandile akathi-ke ukuthi uyiqiniso kodwa uthi iyachazela nje ukuthi yinto eshiwo uZandile.
Ingakho ngiyiphendula ngoba uyayisho ukuthi ishiwo uZandile emva kwalokho asiwa ngobuza umbuzo direct obhekane nami. Benze imphendulo bengibuza uZandile.
Hence, I am then giving you an answer because you are saying that it is from Zandile. Thereafter, you ask me a direct question that is directed at me. But if you had just stuck to Zandile, I would not have answered you.
Thank you. Now, there's also Longo Twala. Yes, Longo Twala, who will be called by the state to come testify. Amongst others, this is what Longo Twala will be telling the courts. Maybe just before I get there. In your response to a cross-examination, to a question that was put on trial for accused number 1 and number 2 under cross-examination, whether or not this suspect breached or cocked the firearm, you said no, the firearm was never cocked, not so.
Ngaphambilini kokuthi ngifike-ke kuyena uLongo Thwala kunombuzo-ke obuziwe ngaphambilini ummeli wakhe-ke umsolo wokuqala nowesibili ukuthi isibhamu lesiyana loya owayesiphethe wasikhokha yini, wase uphendula-ke wena wathi cha.
Yebo.
Yes.
Yes.
I wanted to proceed, my lords.
Yes. Yeah, I'm waiting for you to proceed. You were posing a question, then you kept quiet and looked at me.
My lord, it's just been highlighted to me.
Come again?
It has just been highlighted to me That is already 3 o'clock.
Oh,
Yes, which is why I'm looking at the court. I'm trying to find ways to indicate to the court whether or not I can proceed for another 15 minutes. But I realize that apparently
I think that we should inquire from those
the current
that escort the accused. They know what the implications will be.
Yes,
Can
madam.
somebody quickly find out from those that are responsible?
No, they're indicating that the cut.
Which is why I'm actually looking at the court, madam.
Yeah, I think they have concerns
Yes.
around dynamics in the traffic with the load shedding and all other dynamics and the nature of the escort that they are conducting.
That is understandable, madam. Which is why I was actually
But you
looking
should
at
have
the
raised
court.
it. When you just look at me, I can't tell what and I think
May I request for an adjournment of the matter
I
until
think
tomorrow?
it's a valid consideration that I'm making. Advocate Baloy, he views that we should stop here.
As it please the court, madam.
Everyone, does everyone agree?
Agreed, madam.
May the accused rise. This case is postponed overnight for purposes of further hearing with the accused in custody. Mr. Kala proposes is warned for court. By 10 he should be around.
Liyamiswa kwicala noma kuyahlehliswa-ke kuze kube kusasa nizokhona phakathi esitokisini nizoqhubeka kusasa.